public hearing is now called to order. First and foremost, let me acknowledge the presence of our very active and dynamic Senator, Senator Robin Padilla, who's been a very active member of this committee and also a very active participant in the discussion of this topic. And before we continue, we'll ask the committee secretary to acknowledge the resource persons for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Robin. For the second public hearing on the implementation of the mother tongue-based multilingual education, we would like to acknowledge our resource persons. From the Department of Education, we have Director Laila Ariola, Mr. Edward Jimenez, Ms. Rosalina Villaneza, Ms. Ayat Farriols, and Mr. Gaudencio Serrano. From the DepEd Cordillera Administrative Region or DepEdCar, we have the Regional Director, Dr. Estela Carino, together with Ms. Rosita Agnasi. From the Philippine Institute for Development Studies or PIDS, we have the Research Fellow, Dr. Maria Cristina F. Epetia. From the Assessment Curriculum and Technology Research Center or ACTRC, we have Dr. Romulo Metilla, Senior Research Fellow. From the Coordinating Council of Private Educational Associations or COCOPEA, we have Attorney Christine Carmina Manaog, Ms. Sharina Claustro, and Dr. Teresita Arcos Surot. From the Movement for Safe and Equitable Relevant Education or SECURE, we have the convener, Professor Maria Mercedes Arzadon, together with Dr. Ricardo Maria Duran Nolasco, former KWF Chair and UP Mindanao Chancellor, Dr. Liza Martinez from the Deaf Education Council, Dr. Gregorio E. H. Del Pilar, former Chair of the National Research Council of the Philippines, and Mr. Antonio D. Icalinos, President of Talaytayan MLE Incorporated. From SIL Philippines, we have Ms. Maria Cecilia Osorio Van Zante and Ms. Reen Jean Fe Gonzalez. From the Sinergia Foundation, we have Mr. Juan Carlo S. Medina, mentor and also the former mayor of Vigan City. From the National PTA Philippines, we have the president, Mr. Wilfredo Rodriguez. From the Philippine Statistics Authority, we have Ms. Jocelyn Abrenica and Attorney Harhade Damang. From the Philippine National Commission for UNESCO or PH-NATCOM, we have Ms. Michelle A. Dulay. Present online is a faculty from Cebu Normal University, Dr. Gino Sumalinog. From the Ateneo de Manila University, we have the professor and former president, Father Bienvenido F. Nebres, S.J. Last but not the least, from the U.S. Agency for International Development or USAID Philippines, we have Ms. Monica Ang Tan and Ms. Ina Aquino. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. Let me also acknowledge the virtual presence of Senator Pia Cayetano, who's also a very active member of the committee and a very active participant of this topic. And let me once again put emphasis and acknowledge the presence of Father Ben Nebres, who's an advisory council member of EDCOM2. So with that, before I begin and begin with an opening statement, let me ask Senator Robin if you have any opening statement. Yeah, okay lang. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead, Senator Robin.
A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Isang pagbati po ng kapayapaan at awa ng Panginoon Diyos sa inyong lahat. Isa pong napakagandang umaga ito sapagkat nasa tabi ko po ang Einstein ng Senado, si Senator Gatchalian. Pag ako po ay katabi niya, ako po ay masayang-masaya sapagkat marami po akong natututunan sa kanya. Lalong-lalo na po sa pagkakataong ito na ipinaglalaban niya itong mother tongue. Katunayan, ito po ay sinusundan ko. Malungkot nga po ako nung isang beses nung nagbigay po siya ng talumpati. Ako po ay may mga bisita ng mga barangay captain. Hindi po ako nakapakinig doon sa baba, pero nakapakinig po ako sa aking opisina. Napakaganda po ng gustong mangyari ng ating mahal na senador. Alam niyo po, hindi naman po ito bago sapagkat ito po ay nasa konstitusyon natin. Ito po ay nasa Artikulo 14, Seksyon 7 at 8 na sinasabi po doon, maliwanag na sinasabi. Ito nga po, maraming salamat. Ukol sa mga layunin ng komunikasyon at pagtuturo, ang mga wikang opisyal ng Pilipinas ay Filipino. At hanggat walang ibang itinatadhana ang batas, Ingles. Ang mga wikang pangrehiyon ay pangtulong ng mga wikang opisyal sa mga rehiyon at magsisilbi na pangtulong ng mga wikang pangturo. At ito pa po ang aming pinagpapasalamat sa aming mahal na senador. Dapat itaguyod ng kusa, opsyonal ng Kastila at Arabic. Allahu Akbar. At dito naman po sa Section 8, ang konstitusyong ito ay dapat ipahayag sa Filipino at Ingles at dapat isalin sa mga pangunahing wikang pangrehiyon, Arabic at Kastila. Kaya sa konstitusyon pa lamang po, napakaliwanag na ang atin pong mga dialect, ang atin pong mga language, binibigyan po sana natin ng halaga yung Filipino bago yung English at yun din pong mga sinasabing sa mga lugar na ipinaglalaban po ng ating mahal na senador na si Gatchalian. Sana po maging maliwanag po sa ating lahat kung paano po natin to i-implement dahil alam nyo mga mahal kong kababayan, ang pag-asa ng bayan ay ating mga kabataan. At mangyayari lamang yan kung naiintindihan tayo ng ating mga kabataan. At kaya nga yan ang tawag mother tongue. Mother. Ang liwanag. Ibig sabihin kahit siguro yan, naiintindihan niya. Kasi mother tongue. At sana po, ma-implement po natin ito at matulungan po natin ang ating mahal na senador na Sherwin Gatchalian sa kanya pong mga advokasya patungkol dito. Maraming salamat po, Senador.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin. Kung ako po ay Einstein sa mga iba't ibang paksa, kaya po ay Einstein sa love life. Kaya kayo po ang idol ko pagdating doon. Kidding aside, let me also ask if Senator Pia has any opening statements. Senator Pia?
Very short opening statement. Mr. Chairman, good morning. Good morning sa inyo lahat, Senator Robin, and all our resource persons, Father Nebres. Ang sa akin, my intervention today will simply be as chairman of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking. It is our job to prepare the children for the future. And we need to prepare them with 21st century skills. That's communication, collaboration, being able to work in different environments, ability to adapt. And language is very central to this. So when we talk today about the mother tongue and how we are ensuring that our children understand what we're teaching them, we also have to look into the future. What is the world that they need to be prepared for? When I was a child, it's not common to be communicating with other countries. Hindi walang Viber, walang TikTok, walang Facebook, walang online job applications. You can't just go online and see that there are just job opportunities available. Literally, magpapadala ng Telegram. So today, I know I was just in Bohol yesterday. I was in Cebu 3 days ago, and there's so many Filipinos. I'm so happy of this, Senator Sherwin. We've both been in the Senate for quite some time now. I would say around the time we started, nauna ako ng a few years ayo, we're always talking about call centers. Call centers, we're talking about migrant workers, and then the Filipinos who don't have to leave, they work in call centers, in centers. But today, and partly because of the changing times and the pandemic, people don't even have to go to the call center. They can work from home. And there are more and more jobs available. Nasashock ako when I talk to young people. They're able to find these jobs all over the world, and they're living at home. They're with their loved ones, they're with their families. We're creating jobs here at home. But their ability to do that is because of the English language. I love the mother tongue. Kabalo ko mag-Bisaya. Pwede rin ako mag-Ilonggo. And of course, I speak Filipino. But they're not gonna get jobs from speaking Filipino. So that's the only thing I need to be part of this discussion, is how do we ensure that as they embrace their mother tongue, they learn from the language they know at home. We're preparing for the future. And the future is speaking the top languages in the world. It could be English, it could be Spanish, it could be Mandarin. Those are the three top languages. But obviously, sa English tayo hiyang. So that's the kind of discussion I'd also like to hear. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pia, for the opening statement. As we have furnished everyone on the topic for today, we have three topics that we will discuss. This was furnished to our resource persons and to our senators. Number one is PS Resolution number 5, and the title of this resolution, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Arts and Culture to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the status of the implementation of the K-12 law for the purpose of crafting policy recommendation and initiating complementary and amendatory legislation to further strengthen the law and ensure its effective and efficient integration into Philippine basic education system to provide quality education and achieve global competitiveness. But this resolution will focus on mother tongue and the implementation of mother tongue for today. Another bill that was transmitted to us, and it's a subject of discussion today, is House Bill number 6717. And the title of this House Bill, an act suspending the implementation of the use of mother tongue as the medium of instruction for kindergarten to grade 3, provided under Section 4 of Republic Act number 10533, otherwise known as the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013. This is transmitted to us last February 2023, authored by Representative Romulo and other congressmen. The first resolution, PS Resolution number 5, is authored by yours truly, just to put that on record. And lastly, privilege speech that was given in plenary, and the title of this privilege speech, Observations on the Implementation of the Mother Tongue-Based Multilingual Education Program, Theory versus Implementation. That was given by yours truly last May 31, 2023, and that was mentioned by Senator Robin in his opening remarks. So these are the three items that we will be discussing today, ladies and gentlemen. And as an opening remark, we live in one of the most beautiful countries in the world, and we all admit that, and we all acknowledge that. The Philippines is beautiful not only because of its 7,100 islands, but because of its diverse culture and diverse traditions. And part of that diversity is its diverse language. And we acknowledge that language is our connection to our rich heritage as well as our rich history. And I'm in support in coming up with laws, mechanisms, and even programs to preserve our diverse culture, tradition, and language. But having said that, the application of language to education, especially to the medium of instruction, is not without challenges. We all know, that's why we're here. And during the first hearing, we all witnessed and appreciated the complexity of applying the diverse language scenario in our country to our education system, especially for medium of instruction. So, in my privilege speech, I mentioned that I will reserve my recommendation pending hearing all of the comments, the expert advice, as well as researches, as well as pieces of evidence that will show us and educate us how to move forward with mother tongue and the application of mother tongue, as well as the implementation of mother tongue. In my speech, I specifically mentioned that I will not make any definitive conclusion until I see pieces of evidence, researches, and of course hear the comments of experts. And that's why we're here right now, today, to go deeper into the discussion of the concepts of mother tongue, as well as the implementation of mother tongue. And also, bear in mind that it's been 10 years since we implemented mother tongue. No? So we will also want to understand and appreciate the outcomes of this policy change since 2013. So with that, just as a recap, let me just flash on the slide some pointers that I picked up during the first hearing so that everyone will be on the same plane. And this these are all from the transcript that we called out during the first hearing. First is from DepEd. No, these are there's a lot of pointers, no, but I will just harp on a few of the items that I personally picked up and I want to discuss during this hearing. Number one is the DepEd mentioned in the first hearing that they will remove mother tongue as a subject and substitute it the subject of mother tongue for national reading a national reading program and for a national math program. No? I understand there are changes to that, and maybe you can elaborate on that later on. And during the first hearing, DepEd also mentioned that if RA 10533 or the K-12 law will be amended, the next move will be a return to the bilingual program or bilingual method using mother tongue as auxiliary. That was mentioned also during the first hearing. And after 10 years, we understand from DepEd there was no national impact study on mother tongue. And we also understand that only 23% of our teachers have been trained in mother tongue and to teach mother tongue. And there was a slide that was presented by DepEd, and this made an impression on me. And the slide mentioned that these implementation-related challenges are against the principles of MTB-MLE, as learners are forced to use a language different from their L1. No? And this is a very important statement that DepEd made during the first hearing that we want to go deeper later on into this statement, because as we all know, that staying true to the principles of mother tongue is important. And if there are any challenges that violates the principles, then we have to understand also what are those challenges and how do we overcome those challenges, and can we even overcome those challenges. Knowing the challenges and the possibility of overcoming it is another question, no? Because that demands a lot of logistical, budgetary, as well as practical approaches to overcome those challenges. So we need to understand whether we can, in the context of the Philippine setting, can we overcome those challenges, and when? From the KWF, we understand that orthography is required for the use of mother tongue as MOI, medium of instruction, and to produce learning materials. This came from KWF. No? Is KWF present? There. No? And then we understand from the statements of KWF that there are 120 languages, but only 26 have orthographies. But later on, we'll show you from the PSA surveys that there are more than 200 languages, and that actually is consistent with the LIS findings of the DepEd, wherein they detected 200 plus languages. And lastly, from the PIDS, less than 10% of our schools have complied with DepEd's 4 minima requirements. And we all know that in order to roll out a successful MTB-MLE program on the ground, we need to fulfill the 4 minima requirements, but only 10%. Of course, DepEd showed some researches, some data that will prove the gains of the MTB-MLE. We will go into that later on. Again, today we will like to give our resource persons more time to discuss with the committee, discuss with Senator Robin, Senator Pia, your findings, the basis for the MTB-MLE application in the Philippines. we have reviewed 12 different researches that we detected that talks about MTB MLE, both international and local. We went through almost 531 pages of discussions during the K to 12 debates in the House and in the Senate last 2013, no? Or 2012. No? So we went through every single page to look at the basis for the decision to put MTB MLE in the law, no? In the K to 12 law, RA 10533. So because we wanted to understand what is the research behind it, what is the basis behind it, and did we even talk about the challenges before we applied it. So we wanted to understand that. But throughout the hearings, we will discuss that as it crops up. But today we'll give our resource person a lot of time to share with us their thoughts, and especially the basis. No? What's important right now to capture in the committee, the basis, the research, and the science behind the application of MTB MLE in the Philippine setting. Okay, we have to give that emphasis because the Philippines, has 120 languages, according to the KWF, but according to the PSA, is 200 plus languages. So we'll talk about that later on. So with that, we'll open with some updates from the DepEd, because we requested DepEd last time. DepEd made some presentation, but we requested DepEd to give us some to pursue some updates, on data gathering, because apparently, for example, on implementation. I think the last study was 2018 that was conducted by PIDS. So during the last hearing, we requested DepEd if they can update that for minima requirements. And we also understand from DepEd that they conducted a rapid assessment on the implementation of MTB MLE. And I understand last time that was still being collated. So the last hearing was October. It's already June right now. So we've given DepEd 8 months to put that together. So we want to get some updates from DepEd whether there are any improvements on the 4 minima requirements from 2018, and what was the results? What was the result of the rapid assessment that was conducted by DepEd?
Isang magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, lalong-lalo na sa ating Chairperson, Senator Win, and to the other honorable senators, Senator Robin, and that of Senator Pia, and all of us who are present this morning. Today, I'm joined actually by other colleagues from the Department of Education, particularly Director Edward of the Bureau of Learning Resources, and Chief Rose Villanesa, the MTBML coordinator, who is with me in the Bureau of Learning Delivery, and Ms. Ayet of the Bureau of Curriculum Development. So, I agree with you, Mr. Chair, that it's really undeniable that there are challenges that the Department of Education faced in the implementation of the mother tongue-based multilingual education. And so today, we're going to present to you the status of implementation of the mother tongue-based multilingual education. And given that we also recognize that there are gaps, we'll also be presenting to you some of our plans, particularly on how to go about implementation of the mother tongue-based multilingual.
Director, is this the presentation last time? Because I've seen the presentation last time, unless you have updated.
This is a different
Yeah, because
one,
last time
Chair.
there were the pending items. There was the updating of the 4 minima
Yes.
requirements, and then number 2, we understand that you conducted a rapid assessment on, or the regions or the divisions conducted rapid assessment on MTB MLE before implementing it, and we wanted to. That time no data was presented. We understand that it was still being collated. So hopefully after many months, those information has been collated and it can be presented today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm requesting Chief Rose Villanesa to please do the presentation and that of Ms. Ayat, particularly for those that concern curriculum po. Chief Rose.
Can we add more seats here para they can all share seats together? Or si Director Ariola can also participate in the discussion. We can just move around a little bit.
Diyan ka naman. Sige. Gamitin mo yan. Sige. Gamitin mo ito.
Pwede din yan. Pwede din yan. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. Good morning po, Senator Padilla. So I'll be presenting, this is a new presentation, but this will only talk about the implementation, the updates of our implementation. And we would like to start with the enabling policies that we use to be able to enhance our implementation. As you note, we started with DepEd Order 74, 2009, and we have the latest DepEd Order 21, 2019, policy on guidelines on the K-12 and education, which Annex 4 of that is really on mother tongue-based multilingual education. And in that policy, we talk about the language of instruction. Number one is that currently there are 19 languages that are being used as medium of teaching and learning and as learning area. For mother empty languages that are not included in the 19, the school may use the lingua franca that is closest to any of the 19 languages as a subject for literacy development and as a medium of teaching and learning. Assistance from the parents, community volunteers who are native speakers as necessary will be sick. Then, in situation where, number one, language of the learners and the lingua franca are totally different. Number two, the language of the learner is not included in any of the 19 languages. And number three, the community where the learners belong has developed its working orthography, writing system, grammar and spelling, and other learning materials. The school may use the language as a subject for literacy development as medium of teaching and learning. Now, we also have DepEd Order number 55, which is the utilization of language map. So you will notice in that policy that we cover the same. So school language and literacy programs. So the result of that will guide our educators to section the classes. As in school where there are 3 or more mother tongues or more variations of the language without an approved orthography spoken by the learners, use the widely used or commonly used in the area as the medium of teaching and learning. Special cases offering the children's mother tongue may be held twice a week if a teacher is available for the development of oral fluency. The oral fluency skills shall be bridged to any of the languages widely used or commonly used in the area of development for reading and writing. Then it is also used for school-based in-service training, materials acquisition, development, and contextualization, and assignment of teachers. So this is the bridging plan that we have in our DepEd Order 21. So for kindergarten, mother tongue is used for pre-reading and pre-writing activity, or they have to build the oral fluency in kindergarten. For grade 1, they continue developing oral fluency in L1. Then they start reading literacy in L1. And in the second quarter, they will start literacy in L2, and of course, in the last quarter, they will start fluency in L3. For grade 2, they still continue oral fluency in L1, continue developing L1 literacy, and in mother tongue as a subject, they have to develop learning area are taught in L1, continue developing L2 literacy, developing L2 literacy, and of course, developing L3 literacy. And for grade 3, again, they continue developing their fluency in L1, continue developing their literacy in L1, and as a subject, they will continue using L1 in the rest of the learning areas, but at the same time, they continue developing the L2 literacy and the L3 literacy. So if you look at the slides, you will see that for grade kinder, it's all in the mother tongue. Then for grade 1, you will already see that for Filipino, they will already bridge it from L1 to L2, and for English, they will bridge it from L1 to L3. And so with grade 2 and grade 3. This is in cases where the mother tongue of the child is not Filipino. And in the second slide, you will notice that if the language of the child or the mother tongue of the child is Filipino, which is the L1, there is no other, they will proceed to English as L2. And in the third slide, you will notice that if the mother tongue of the child is English, then the second language of the child will be Filipino. So there are instances wherein English will serve as the mother tongue of the child. Now, to illustrate how we do the class model, Depth Order 21 series of 2019 presented a situation and a class model. Now, if there is one school, one class, and one language, so there is no problem with the mother tongue. So they will use basic monolingual. Then in situation where one school, there will be two classes and two languages, then the class will be divided into two, and each of them will be using a monolingual, like monolingual class. Group students according to their language and match it with that of the teacher. Each section uses a different mother tongue. Now, in this slide, we show that if there's one school and there are multiple classes in that school and there are multiple languages, so modified monolingual. So group the learners according to their language and match it with that of the teacher. One class can be monolingual, one or two classes can be bi or trilingual. And of course, we recommended that an assistance from the parents who are native speaker is necessary. And the last one is that one school, one class, multilingual. So this is, I think, in Manila. So they will use the lingua franca, use of the community language, but assistance from parents, community volunteers may be enlisted to help learners bridge their mother tongue to their lingua franca. So that's Depth Order number 21 po. Then we even included in that implementation, in that annex, the implementation plan and the learner's mother tongue against the teacher's mother tongue, plus the size class and the materials. So we stated that all learners have the same mother tongue. The teachers knows and speakers of the mother tongue, the small school, one school per grade level. Then they have the materials, and so they will use the basic monolingual. In cases where learners' mother tongue vary or there are two languages, and we have to look at the capability of the teachers. Ensure the teachers knows and speak the learner's mother tongue. Then if it's a big school, many sections per grade level, empty materials are available, basic monolingual. They can cluster their students. Then for learners' mother tongue vary in two languages. Teachers knows and speak the learner's mother tongue. Big school, many schools per grade levels. Only materials in the regional or community languages, then they have to use modified monolingual. Then the last one is learners' mother tongue vary in 3 or more languages, but we have teachers, and teachers is not familiar with the mother tongue. Small school, one section per grade level, with empty materials is one of the 19 languages. We recommend that they will use lingua franca with special classes for the learner's mother tongue offered twice a week. And then this one, in cases where learners' mother tongue vary 3 or more languages, learners are not familiar with the lingua franca. Teachers is not also familiar with all these learners' materials. A small school, one section per grade level, empty materials available, in one of the 19, they will use basic monolingual, but learn teaching with community volunteers as needed. Now, in case of IP languages being used as mother tongue or as medium of teaching and learning used in at least one school for K-3 learners, have teachers who know the language enough to use it as the medium of teaching and learning, have developed the 4 minima that provide guidance in the use of the language for teaching and learning, and have basic learning materials, example, big books, small books, and use for classes. So you will see that we have the regions, we have 12 regions. Then these are the languages. In CAR, we have 36 IP languages. In Region 2, 11, Region 3, 6, Region 4, 7, Region 7, 2, Region 9, 6, Region 10, 5, with a total of 83. Then, so MTB in the context of IP community. CAR has the most language, but in some cases, 1 to 10 schools only are using this language in the K-3. The IP languages in CAR that are used by more than 10 schools are the following: Kankanae, Ebaloy, and Isnag. The advantage of CAR is there are enough teachers from the locality who knows the language. Most of the schools where these languages are used are in communities where the learners aged 5 to 6 are not that exposed to another languages yet. Thus, the need to use the community's language for teaching and learning. So IP languages with 4 minima. So in 2019, we have 20 languages. Then for 2023, we have 70 languages that are submitted for review. Then we have 40 plus of those languages also that we have various stages of completion for the 4 minima. Then of course, so this slide shows the 20 IP languages with 4 minima reviewed for Region 3, Mimaropa, Region 6, Region 9, Region 12, and Region 11. The next slide shows the MTB-MLE context of IP communities. MTB-MLE implementation will need to be customized according to this 4 language context of IP learners in the country. Number 1 is area where IP learners ages 5 and 6 years old know only the IP language in that area. Where IP learners age 5 and 6 dominantly use their IP language in speaking, and at the same time can also understand simple words phrases of language aside from their IP languages. And there are also IP learners ages 5 to 6 who can speak conversationally at least 2 languages, including their IP language. Then the last one is IP learners ages 5 and 6 who minimally speak their IP languages and primarily speak another language instead. The next presentation will show to you the different materials that, according to our inventory, that we have. Okay, so you will notice that in 2012, that's from 2012 to 2021. So there are lots. like for kindergarten and grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3, we have total number of materials produced in this area. Then, so kinder to grade 3 inventory of learning resources. Digital copies of the 4 minima requirements were already uploaded in the LR portals in 2020, and the printed copies are scheduled to be delivered before the opening of 2023 and 2024. What are these? The primer booklet, the formative assessment tool, the teacher's resource book, and teacher's guidebook. Then learning activities, this is for kindergarten. Okay, and the learning activity sheets, contextualized and printed materials. So we have for Region 1, Region 2, Region 3, CAR, 4A, and 4B. There we have the total number of materials being developed and produced. The next slides is the continuation of that from Region 5 to Region 9. And from Region 10 to Region 11, we have the total number of, you will notice that there are variations in numbers because the variations of numbers will really depend on the number of students that we are providing with materials, so with the number of teachers. Okay, then for BLD developed learning materials, this has already been published. We have developed a primer lesson in 19 languages, primer materials in 19 languages. So primer teacher's guide are for the teachers, we have for the learners, and we also have formative assessments. Then during the pandemic, we converted the primer lessons for the learners into a video lesson, and this is already ready, but still to be published. Then we have primer 2 lessons, again for teachers and for elementary, and the primer 3 for teachers and for the learners for validation and finalization this year. Now, materials developed by region. As we all know that it is in the policy or in the law that the division or the local, even the schools are required to produce their own materials to help DepEd Central Office augment and address the need for materials for our learners. So the presentation or the slides will show that from Region 1 to 8 in this one, and you have the total number of materials that the regions and the SDOs produce. The next shows from Region 9 to NCR, and that's the total number of materials. And to show to you the materials that we have contextualized, so these are for kindergarten. This is what we call the learning activity sheets. The next is the contextualized learning resource packages. That's for 19 languages. And these are for the primer lessons for teacher's guide in 19 languages. And the primers for primer 1, teacher's guide, again for 19 languages. And this one is the formative assessment for our grade 1 learners, again in 19 languages. This is already ready for distribution. Then contextualized, as I've said, we converted this into an ebook also using a Kotobi slide. So the slides here will lead you to the link where you can avail of the Kotobi that will show you how we convert and the converted materials, the primer 1 published ebook. Next slides will show you the again, another contextualized materials for kindergarten. During the pandemic, we provided our teachers with a parents toolkit, which will guide them in teaching their kids at home. Okay. Then because we really wanted to improve and look into how the languages are distributed, and how shall we be able to help our teachers in coming up with the materials needed to address the problem on teachers and materials, we communicated with the Commission ng Wikang Pilipino, and they provided us with this one. This is just an example, but you can access this in the drive that appears in this presentation. So we have the Wika is a canon, klasifikasyon, so ito ay mayorya, Then population, we have 502,694 according to NSO, and this is found in Region 6 and Region 4B. Then, so lokasyon, saan ito makikita? El Nido, Nara, Quezon, nandyan po yung mga lugar kung saan siya makikita. Kaya pwede na po naming suyurin yun at titingnan kung paano namin sila matulungan. So, pero pag akyanon po ang pag-usapan, meron na po tayo kasi kasama po siya sa 19 languages. So lahat po ng languages na meron ang Komisyon ng Wikang Pilipino, I think they provided us with 130 plus. Nandoon po, they provided us with this one. So it's more accessible for us to really check and do our evaluation on what else and how else shall we be able to help these teachers. The next is the initiative. You know, we gather feedback. As you all know, we conducted the pre-summit and the summit in May, and this I'm glad that our very supportive senators there during our summit. So this is the result of we look into the issues and challenges of we gather the educators and our stakeholders in that summit, and this is what we gathered from that summit. So there's a varied interpretation of language and inclusion policy. That's really the overarching problem that we have collected, the overarching issues that we have collected in that. And we have the first one is insufficient teacher preparation. The next is limited quality, assured teaching and learning materials, lack of sustainability of support, weak mechanism for monitoring and evaluation, low learners' interest and motivation level, inadequate pedagogical competence of action points that we have to. Then we have policy recommendations. And the following slides will show us the detail of that challenges and the action taken or the initiatives that DepEd is pursuing to be able to address those challenges. Okay, then so we have these different action points, and of course we aligned it to our DepEd Matatak agenda. So we have to align pre-service preparation with in-service teaching demands, and this is in support to the DepEd's Matatag agenda, which is give support to teachers to teach better. Then we have to intensify the development of quality assured teaching and learning resources, which is aligned with our DepEd Matatag agenda. Make the curriculum relevant to produce competent and job-ready, active, and responsible citizens. Then conduct periodic forum, dialogue with field implementers and stakeholders. This is again aligned with our DepEd Matatag agenda. Take steps to accelerate delivery of basic education services. Then strengthen monitoring and evaluation system. Make every school a happy place to learn that is taking good care of our learners by promoting learners' well-being, inclusive education, and a positive learning environment. Then strengthen professional development. Then, of course, a continuation to that, again, we need to review, amend policies, operational guidelines across language and inclusion program. We have to develop more responsive language policies that promote learning, access, and equity. Develop policy on individualized instruction and institutionalization of Filipino Sign Language and all. Then we have to do a review of the curriculum. So there was a review of the curriculum and the findings of which, as follows. So we have three significant findings. Number one is the curriculum was congested. Learning competencies,
65 pages po kasi yung inyong presentation, kaya
Yes po.
I think talagang masasamid ho tayo.
Yeah.
Um, I went through your presentation. I understand this is 65 pages of PowerPoint presentations.
Okay. Yes. Anyway, sir.
I went through it ahead, no? We'll stop first in the mother tongue. I think the next succeeding will be the new curriculum,
Yes
correct?
po. Yes.
So we'll stop first in the implementation. I think that because that's what we want to discuss initially, and then we'll talk about the new curriculum later on, no? Because I think what we want to harp on right now is going to the basics first, no? Addressing some basic concepts of mother tongue, the concepts of mother tongue and its implementation, no? So those are the things. And any questions, Senator Padilla? Yeah.
Mamaya na po, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
Siguro ako, just basics lang, no? So to date, we still have 19 languages with orthographies, correct? And that's what's being taught nationwide, no? And let me just go back to some basics, because if you go to the definition of mother tongue under the law, and let me just flash it. Language or languages first learned by a child, which flash na lang. Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar, but let me just flash it so everyone will be on the same page. Which he or she identifies with is identified as a native language user by others, which she knows best or uses most. And then there's also another mention of it in letter F, no, of section 5. And basically adheres to the framework of mother tongue based multilingual education, which starts from where the learners are and from what they already knew, proceeding from the known to the unknown. No? So basically here, ayan, in the slide is the definition. So if you go back to that definition, we will now go back to what the child knows best, correct? And what is the native language of the child, correct? So, and we all know that there are more than 19 native languages of the child. And let me just flash on the slide. This is what I was talking about, no? Slide 22. The ones with orthography is 19. The ones identified by KWF is 130. The ones identified by the Summer Institute of Linguistics, SIL, is 183. But we painstakingly looked at the survey of the PSA. No? Kasi PSA also, in their census, they also asked the language. It's 245. No? So my point is, we start where the child is. No? And that's 245. But when you go to our schools, it's only 19. So that's a big disconnect. No? So how do we, if you stay true to the essence of the law, no, then we have to be teaching 245, correct? That's because that's the mother tongue, no, as enshrined in the law, no. But now we're teaching only 19. So there's a disconnect between the law, the intention of the law, and what we are doing in DepEd. No? So how do we justify that?
If I may, if we go to slide 62, actually, before we presented to you a data from EBIS, but this time, because we wanted to see how language in a classroom base is being used by the learners. So slide 62 will show us that, like or we
85%.
we go back to I think we backtrack to 2 slides more. So we issued a DepEd or memorandum to gather a data on a classroom base. This is in 2022 and 2023. And even if we only have gathered, only 76% have answered that survey, meaning to say there were only 29,000 schools reported out of the 39, and we have 6 million K to 3 learners, and total we have 362 total organized class. If we move forward, we will notice that, like this next slide showed us that there were 76, that's already composed of 76%.
Of the total number.
Then the next slide showed that for Tagalog, for example, so for kinder, we have this total number of learners for grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. So we have a total of 45.54% for Tagalog in all of from grade 3 to grade 6 in all those, because we wanted to see how many learners or class have we addressed out of the 19 languages. So then we have Bicol and of course Sinugbuanong Binisaya. So if we look at the total of that in terms of percentage, we already have 85%. And to show us how it is being how it is being gathered in the region, so we have an example here, but you can access the data in the link that we have provided. So you'll notice that for Region 1, for kinder, we have Ilocano, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. Okay, then we have Pangasinan, Tagalog out of the 19. So there are languages that are not present in a certain in Region 1, and of course there are Binasaya, Minasbate. There is only one grade 2 student, and one and there's another in grade 3. There are only 3 students. I know that the ideal, if we look at, I agree with you, Honorable Chair, that the ideal really is to address all those languages. But if we have 85% in the 19 languages for a start, and if our recommendation is for them to use the lingua franca, which is better than using a foreign language in K to 3, especially that these young learners are just learning to even speak. So the data shows that we covers 85. And this is our survey from our school, and the 85 only, the 85 represents only the 76% who answer our surveys. We are still continuing on gathering those data. But my point is that if the 19 languages address this already, and if our policy is telling them that in cases wherein we cannot really do because for lack of materials, they can use the language of the community and they can seek assistance from the parents, and we empower our school, our teachers to develop materials. As a grade 1 teacher for 19 years, teaching in very remote areas because I came from Basilan. Actually, I'm an advocate of English before I came. That's the reason why I came, because I was the one who conceptualized National English Proficiency Program. But I realized when I was sent to learn mother tongue that the reason why my learners cannot explain further, even if they can express, if they can answer simple questions with me. But if I ask them, why do you think the cat is on the mat? Wala na po. Kasi ang alam lang nila, the cat is on the mat. Who is on the mat? Where is the cat? Why? And why do you think 1 + 1 is 2? I was convinced 101%. And so I told myself, my 19 years as a grade 1 teacher had taught me a very, very, I cannot call my students in grade 1 to tell them that, sorry, I force you to speak the language because I know that I can teach you, I can make you read. But I doubt if I develop their cognitive skills because they can only teach and they can only answer as much as what I have given them. But to develop their cognitive skills, to debate on me on why the cat, a very simple sentence, the cat is on the mat. And that is what kind of learners that we need. The thinking learners. Learners who know how to use their cognitive skills as early as kindergarten. Thank you, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, thank you. Well, there's no debate that your 19 years of experience is definitely an asset to this hearing. And you also mentioned earlier the Cordillera area. And we're very, very fortunate, and that the regional director of DepEdCar is here, who will shed light. In fact, one of the most enlightening position paper that I've read in this, I've read, we've received more than 50 different position papers, and CAR is one of the most detailed, no, and one of the most, I would say, honest, no, in terms of their experience. And I think it is very important to listen to the implementers of the mother tongue. No? Of course, there's no debate. I think in theory, because I've read the literature, in theory, it improves learner outcomes. But in terms of implementing it, is a whole new world. No? And we will listen later on to DepEdCar, who I really admire because they're the only region that really came out. No, I went around the country. A lot of them, of course, respect the DepEd, and they don't want to come up officially. But DepEd is CAR is the only one who sent us a letter using their letterhead, stating their official position. And we need honest feedback. We're not here to be robots. No, we're here to think, like you said, and challenge policy. Like any other policy, we need to challenge it every now and then. No? So before I call on Dr. Mitilia, let me just finish everything from DepEd, no, so that we get DepEd out of the way. And then we'll go to the resource persons as promised, no, because this is where we will learn from them. But Ma'am Villanueva, Villaneza, no? But the 19 is not reflective of the mother tongue. No? We have to go back to the basics. No? And the basics dictates that the mother tongue, as expressed in the law, is the native language which she or she knows best. No? It's not lingua franca. No? And it's all, and DepEd also admitted in the first session that these implementation related challenges are against the principles of MTB-MLE, as learners are forced to use a language different from their L1, which I would assume is lingua franca, which Baguio City is also experiencing based on their position paper. So that's where we have to address the basics first. Before we go to the more complicated, we need to address the basics first. Because that's what we understand as policymakers. We cannot go to the next step if we don't address the basics first. And now my next question is, can we address the basics? Can we come up with 249 orthographies? 245 orthographies? Can we come up with, can we successfully implement the 4 minimas in all of our schools? Because as we speak, and I'll
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, in the last hearing that we had, we actually mentioned about the 19 languages having the 4 minimum requirements. And in the update, in this updated presentation, actually in 2019, we already have 20. But let me also include that other than the 19, there are also classes organized for English, because we recognize that there are learners whose mother tongue is also English. There are actually organized classes. And I have to mention also that this year, 2023, there are already 70 languages with 4 minima requirements under review, and there are additional 40 in various stages of completion. So these are actually attempts of the Department of Education to at least respond to the needs of our learners, particularly to their mother tongue. And as mentioned earlier by Chief Rose, in the survey that we did, 85% of our learners already speak already speak the 90 languages, and a certain number is going to be added to that for English. So which means to say that less than about 14% of our learners speak other languages other than the 19 po. So that's the very thing that we really have to be looking into on how to be addressing the requirements for the other languages. So for now, if we are going to add 70 plus 20, 90, we are now working on 130 languages plus po. And then with the 10% that was said actually by PIDS, they were not just referring to the 19 languages, getting 10% of the 19 languages, but I think it's 10% from a larger number. It's not 10% of the 19, Mr. Chair.
Based on your, did you conduct any survey on any survey on your own, DepEd, on the 4 minima fulfillment? Because right now, PIDS seems to be the only institution that conducted that. So we're taking it, no, as because we don't have any research to use, no. So that's what we're using for now.
So, Mr. Chair,
Have you conducted to date? No, how many schools have already fulfilled the 4 minimum requirements and the rapid assessment that you conducted for MTBMLE? Because those are the two prerequisites stated in your department order.
So that the DepEd memo that we sent out last 2022 is already the start.
Yeah.
We look into all the languages that are spoken in the classroom. If we look at slides 60, 61, 62, that's where we started, and that's the most current. We did that in 2020, 2022.
2022.
The ones that I explained to you earlier, those three.
It's been 10 years, ma'am. No? So we're now in the process of review, no, after 10 years, because there's a proposal to suspend it. No, I've personally, I've went around the entire country. I've listened to our teachers, I listened to our principals. There's clamor to review, to suspend, to even go back to the bilingual system. There definitely is not. It's not smooth on the ground. No, that's for sure.
Yes, we
And
agree.
we all admit that.
Yes,
But after 10 years, you expect this to be addressed. No? So that's why I want to go back to the basics. Let's go. Pag-usapan muna natin the most fundamental.
Yes.
So that we can go to the next steps. And that's why the question is, did DepEd conduct any study on the 4 minima on your own? How many schools have already complied? How many schools have not complied? And you also have other than that, you have a rapid assessment also, diba?
Yeah.
Is that being conducted right now? Actually, dapat rapid should be quick. No, it's already 10 years, so that's. Have you requested for the results of that rapid assessment? Have you compiled the results?
Actually, Mr. Chair, the rapid assessment has already been done. Unfortunately, it's not yet officially communicated to the curriculum and instruction strand. So, most probably, Mr. Chair, that's the next thing that we're going to submit to your office, because unfortunately, we're not able to bring with us the results of the rapid assessment.
But the 4 minima, have you?
For the 4 minima,
This is
for the 4 minima requirements po, Mr. Chair, those are the numbers that I mentioned earlier a while back, that we have 20 in 2019 already, and we have additional 70 that's under review. Although I have to mention that for some IP languages, the IP languages are the ones being used as
But how many schools have complied with the four minima? Because that's what the department order calls for.
Actually, Mr. Chair, we do not speak of schools complying to the four minima requirements, but the four minima requirements are requirements for each of the mother tongue.
Because there are instances where one school
So that in a school, for example, where there are three languages that are being implemented, that means to say that there are three sets of minimum requirements present. For example, if I may take, for example, Region 2, where Ilocano, Ibanag, and that of Ivatan are being used. That means to say that there are three, we're referring to three, four minimas for each language. So that we do not speak of school, these minima requirements are actually provided to schools.
Before I continue, Senator Padilla, any question?
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Napakaganda po nung iminungkahi ninyo, Chairman, patungkol po dun sa bumalik muna tayo sa basic. Kasi naintindihan ko po yung DepEd. Napakahirap nung gustong ipagawa sa inyo. Kanina po sa presentasyon ninyo, ramdam ko na mahirap talaga gawin. Pero sa katunayan, yung mother tongue kasi, yan ay ginagamit naman sa mga tahanan nila. Siguro, palakasin na lamang ninyo yung tinatawag natin na parent-teacher relationship. Pwede yan gawin ng magulang eh. Yung sinasabi naman ng ating Pangulo na basic, alam naman ng lahat, hindi ko naman kayo po talagang nasa pagawaran ng pagtuturo. Ang konstitusyon ang pinakamataas sa lahat. Yan ang saligang batas ang dapat nating tinitingnan. Ang saligang batas, ang malinaw na sinabi niya, Filipino, English, at yung pangrehiyong lingwahe. Hindi niya sinabing lahat. Pagka sinabi nating lahat kasi 245, 49, 45, 45, mahirapan nga kayo. Siguro, napakaganda po nung sinabi ng ating chairman, bumalik muna tayo sa basic. Siguro mag-concentrate muna tayo kung ano yung sinasabi ng konstitusyon at ako po yung makikipagtulong ng pribado sa aking chairman ng edukasyon dito.
The schools need to fulfill the four minima, correct? In order to implement mother tongue. Tama po ba? No? Tama ho ba, Ma'am Pilna?
Yes po. Yes.
Vilaneza?
Po.
Okay.
Yes po.
So these are the schools that they surveyed, 16,000. So I'm asking if DepEd conducted the same survey, or maybe not the same survey, but the same inquiry from all of your schools. That's what I'm asking. Because based on this, if you look at this, only 9% of the schools have fulfilled the four minima, which is a basic requirement. Correct?
But our data will show when the teacher responded that they have these languages and it's included in the 19, it shows that they have the orthography at the four minima. Because if they don't have that, they won't be able to implement. And if you'll notice in the list of materials that we presented, it's not only about the 19, because it is in the law that the schools, in cases wherein it's not included in the 19, they are required, or they can develop their own materials. So that is why when the IP languages, the 70, the 10, and the 20, that varies about the implementation, so we have already more than 100. I'm sorry that we cannot provide you the school, but those number of languages, so as the four minima, already represent the language. So we cannot, maybe, after this, we could collect the number or the list of schools who have that, but we focus on the four minima according to languages. Then maybe in the distribution later, we will be able to give to you what are these schools that uses those languages. And I am just thinking aloud, our beloved chair, if we have 245 and if 19 languages already address
85%.
85%, we have 15% for the rest, less than the 85, so less than 15% for the rest of the how many languages. So yung bata po na gagamit noon ay kukunti. Then another is that using the vernacular as in the policy or using the language nearer to their mother tongue, if you'll ask me, my personal view would tell me, and my personal experience would tell me, that it is much better than using a language that is foreign to them. Kaya kung ako, si teacher, kaysa naman gagamit ako ng English at hindi naintindihan ng mga maliliit na bata na nasa malayo, gamitin ko na lang yung language closer to them. At yun ang nasa policy. Kasi po, hindi, kahit pa po siguro aabot. Ako, sinasabi ko nga yan before we start 10 years ago na siguro magre-retire na lang ako, hindi ko pa maabot yun. Pero what I mean is that yung 12% or 15% na hahanapin natin, kukunti-kunti lang yun. And if we provide them with a language that is closer to their mother tongue or their first language, for me, it is much better than alienating these 5-year-olds, 6-years-old, 7-years-old in the classroom. And I don't know, the teachers will just laugh at me when I say, because my experience would tell me that even before, during the bilingual policy implementation, K-3 teachers are really teaching in their mother tongue. Pati nga English, tinuturo pa nila sa mother tongue. Kasi kung hindi naman, nakatunganga lang ang bata. Kasi hindi niya yun naintindihan. We alienated the teachers. Kaya naalala ko yung mga bata ko noon, hinahatid pa ng parents, kasi takot magpasok sa school. Yun lang po ang sa akin.
I understand that,
That 15% is, we're addressing it. We have 170 plus 20 plus 10. We have 130
but
already.
let's again, no, because I want to. These are all from the orders that we read. No, that's why we want to understand first the implementation. We have to measure the implementation. No, how the implementation is being performed by DepEd and a measure of that implementation. No, we're not even talking about outcomes. No, we're just talking about implementation first. And this slide talks about implementation. That one, no, talks about implementation. And based on this slide, it doesn't look good that the implementation is only 9% that fulfills. So my question is very basic. Did DepEd conduct the same study? Maybe they talked to all of the schools?
Our data, Sir Chair, is in 2022, and the PID study was 5 years.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why. Yeah.
Our data, the data that we presented to you is based on the memo that we sent out in 2022. So it's current.
So which one is that? Can you
In
flash?
the slides, slides
62?
6.
62 or slide 60? It's slide 62, Mr. Chair.
Yung profiling.
In fact, it was because of that result of study that you mentioned before in October, Mr. Chair, that we really had to undertake profiling of organized classes, particularly for the different languages. Because when it was mentioned that there's just 10% of the schools having the four minimum requirements, so we really had to take a look on the number of schools actually that are implementing the 19 languages. That's why we're mentioning that 75%, 85% of the total number of our learners are covered with that 85%, which means to say that all these 85% and representing 76% of the total number of schools ay meron po silang gamit na four minimum requirements for the languages that are being implemented in their respective schools. That's why we really just need to clarify most probably from PIDS, what do they really mean by the 10%? Is it 10% of the 245 or of a number that they actually identified, whether is it 10% of 177 plus, or is it 10% of the 19? So I think these are points that we also wish to clarify, because if you're, for us, in-depth ed, Mr. Chair, we know very well that there was no single mother tongue that was implemented. I'm referring to the 19 without the four minimum requirements. In fact, we started off with 9, with 12, and eventually we increased because we're able to come up with the four minimum requirements of other languages, which include Ibanag and Ivatan from that of Region 2 and some other languages.
What you are saying is the 85% of our schools, tama ba? Have
Of
already
our learners, Mr. Chair.
fulfilled the no, but can you explain this slide again?
So let me, okay. Ano yung, so, 62. Mr. Chair, what we did was to do a survey, particularly on the languages that are being implemented by our schools. And we did this actually in 2022. We were already doing it when we had the hearing last time. So we were able to come up with, we did the survey, and there were about of our schools that responded. So that out from these 76 schools, 76,000 schools, and 76,000, about 76%. 76% of our schools. So we get back to 85% of our learners from these 76 schools actually speak the 19 languages or implement the 19 languages. They speak the 19 languages. Which means to say that all this 76% na schools po natin ay may gamit na minimum requirements for the language.
6,000 schools or
76% po. Okay, 76% answered the survey. We have 29,779 schools that responded out from the 39,294 schools. And the number of total number of organized classes. So that out from this 6,421,946 learners, 85% of these learners are covered with that of the 19 languages po. They speak any of the 19 languages. So which means to say na kung 85 po if 85% of these learners speak the language, any of the 19 languages, present po yung 4 minimum requirements po natin in this 76% in this 29,779 schools. That's why I was asking, I'm requesting, Mr. Chair, that PIDS really needs to clarify the 10%, if the 10% is referring to 10% of the total number of MPs in the Philippines, or is it just 10% of school, 9% of the total number of schools in the whole country? So these are points that we really need to clarify.
I have a lot of question on this slide, no?
And I think another one that we have to consider, Mr. Chair, is are all these 205 active, and are there learners speaking the language? I think it's a challenge for us to look into those, because if we ask Commission ng Wikang Pilipino, they only gave us 130 plus, and they have the status, and if you it was presented in slides. So that is a challenge for us to look into all of those. Are there learners, K to 3 learners, speaking any of those not mentioned within the 245? Because those are our responsibility. And how many of them? Because for now, we already have 135, 32, and according to Commission ng Wikang Pilipino, because we work closely with them, some of this language are already not spoken by young generations. My focus is really on the K to 3, because we wanted them to enhance their. So I think, thank you for stressing that. It's really a challenge and something that we need to reflect upon, knowing that mother tongue is really on looking into the first language of the child. So if there are no young learners speaking that language, I think there's no need for DepEd to
This is a
address.
survey to the children, to the student,
The
to the
ones-
learners?
The ones that
Itong
we did.
sa harap?
Yes po, yung sa amin.
So you
yung
ask-
kliyente talaga.
With schools po.
Yung sa amin.
This is a survey to the schools, a survey to the learners?
To the schools and learners po ito sa amin. Yung to know, because we ask the teachers in a class, okay, what are the languages?
Identify
Yes.
from the 19.
Yes po.
And they have to identify
Yes.
from the 19.
Yes po.
Or they can identify even outside of the 19.
They wrote those that are not in the 19.
Okay, so,
you-
yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if we move to the next slide, just to concretize po yung sinasabi natin. And let's take the case of Region 1. For example, in Region 1, it was found out that these are the languages that are being spoken by the learners. You will note that most of them speak Ilocano, and the second language is having the most number of speakers is of course Pangasinan, and 18 Pangasinan, and that of Tagalog. In Region 1, Region 1 po ito, it was found out that there are also learners speaking Ibanag. But it's actually a very small number. So that in grade 1, there's just one learner who speaks Ibanag. There's also another one who speaks Ibanag in grade 2. And another two in grade 3. In like manner that for Bicol, for example, there are 62 learners who speak Bicol.
Is this one
62
class?
Hindi po isang klase po to.
This is a survey,
Okay.
correct?
Yes po. For grade 1, there are 2 organized classes in Bicol.
Organized class.
Okay. And then for Hiligaynon, there are only 4 learners in grade 1 who speak the language. Pampangan. So it's really so impossible that with this 1 or 2 or 3 learners speaking languages other than the major languages spoken in that area, talaga mahirap pong i-organize po ito. So what happens is, the teacher has to shift to that lingua franca, a language that the learners, all the learners get to understand. And yun po yung mga models po na ibinigay natin.
Yeah, but this one is the number of students surveyed
Yes po.
or total number of students?
Hindi po, like ito po sa Region 1. So ang languages we focus on the 19.
Yeah.
So so for kinder we have the first
Organized
po
classes.
refers to the organized
First column.
classes.
Yes, yes.
First column.
Then
No, I
the
know, but this is surveyed lang? Those who participated in the survey, or these are the total number of students?
those who participated.
Only the
Remember,
participants rin.
76 pala kasi.
76%.
Pero Mr. Chair, if you look at the previous slides, makita natin na ang Region 1, parang the Region 1, okay, already participated. No, the previous slides. So Region 1, 98% na po yung nag-participate. Then sa Region 2, 72%. Yun, so ang Region 3 la ang 100% na nag-participate sila doon sa survey. Kaya 76% pa lang po. And we continue on gathering this data because this will really help us address. And that is why we reminded them of the class sectioning because we found out that this exercise show that even in Region 1, we have speakers, one student speaking Binisaya, Minasbate, and for grade 3, we have 3. And so that is why we emphasize that they need to seek the help of the parents to help the learners. Because we cannot also come up with a class of 1 learner or 3 learner. So, and as I've said, this is better than you alienating our learners. At least kung lingua franca yun, so lahat sila nagsasalita. Marami ang nagsasalita.
I know what,
Thank you po.
from a point of view of a teacher, that's a good statement. But the point of view of the law is not that eh.
That's why we are doing something. Oh, we are doing something. And that 200 plus is really a challenge for us. We got to find out if all of those are living language and if we have speakers, young learners speaking that languages, and if this is a law, we really need to fulfill this with your advice, and thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Well, I have so many questions on this data, no? But as promised, we'll give our resource persons more time. I'm sorry, but I have more questions, but I'll do it later on so that we'll give our resource persons more time to enlighten us. And Dr. Mitili has been raising her hands earlier, so do the honors, Dr. Mitili, and then we'll go on around the different resource persons. PIDS is also here, so you were quoted earlier, so you can enlighten us on your study later.
Yeah, magandang umaga po sa lahat. Kanina po napag-usapan natin yung tungkol sa 19 na opisyal na wika ng MTB-MLE. Pero nang ako po ay naglibot din sa Pilipinas para sa isang pag-aaral, nakapag-obserba ng mga klase, nakabisita ng mga paaralan, nagpanayam ng ilang mga DepEd people din nalaman ko na marami ring mga eskwelahan ang nagpapatupad ng MTB-MLE na hindi gamit yung 19 na opisyal na wika. Nang kinapanayam ko po noon yung IPSEO head, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, si Mr. Rufino, yata yun, tama po ba? So, isa sa partikular na nabanggit niya ang CAR bilang isang region natin na nagpapatupad ng MTB-MLE na gumagamit ng wika na labas dun sa 19. So, kasi pag sinabi po nating official na wika ng MTB-MLE, ito po kasi yung gagawan ng DepEd ng learners materials, ito po yung bibigyan ng DepEd yung mga teachers ng training para sa programa. Pero pwede rin po ang mga paaralan na magpatupad ng MTB-MLE na gamit ang wikang labas sa 19, pero talagang hamon sa kanila dahil sila po talaga ang magtataguyod ng paggawa ng materials kasi hindi po sila susuplayan ng DepEd ng LMs Sila po ang magsasanay ng mga guro nila. May pagsasanay pa rin po from DepEd, pero syempre yung special na makukuha para sa pagpatupad ng MTB MLE nila, no? So, tinanong ko si Mr. Rufino noon kung may number siya, like, sir, ilan po ang mga wika na labas sa 19 na ginagamit para sa pagpapatupad ng programa. Sadly, wala po siyang number noong mga panahong yon. Pero baka dahil meron na po tayong language mapping system ngayon, baka maaring matrace para magkaroon din tayo ng malinaw na ideya kung ilan mga wika bukod sa 19 na official mother tongues ng programa ang gamit natin sa pagpapatupad ng MTB MLE. Sabi po ni Sir, dahil mga maliliit na wika ito, no, mga IP languages ang ilan, pinakita niya sa akin ang mga sample materials na gawa nila. Ang isang suportang nabibigay ng DepEd ay pwede silang magbigay ng pondo para mas, yes, under the IPSIO, pero mas gusto nila ang long-term na pagpaplano talaga para mas ma-intellectualize yung wika ng mga maliliit na communities na ito. Nung nagkaroon po kami ng pag-aaral naman sa ACT-RC, doon sa, bagong-bago pa lang ang MTB MLE noon, yun po talaga yung, 2013, simula ng programa. Ang gusto namin gawin ay maka-identify ng mga eskwelahan na humaharap ng ilang mga hamon, pero meron ding mga solusyon sa kanilang mga hamon. Pinag-usapan po kasi natin yung minima, no? At dahil bagong-bago pa lang yung programa, ilang mga mother tongues nila ay sa tingin ko, no, binabalikan ko, hindi po nila maaabot yung lahat ng 4 sa minima. Siguro 2 out of 4, 3 out of 4 lamang. Ang mahirap po sa kanila, sir, yung grammar books kasi hindi ba para makagawa tayo ng grammar book para sa isang wika, kailangan talaga ng eksperto na tutulong para magawa yun. Pero yung mga working orthography, yung mga small books, big books, meron naman po sila. So para sa akin, mahirap po talaga maabot. Nabanggit ko na rin ito sa dati nating meeting. Mahirap po maabot yung 4 out of 4 doon sa ating minima. Pero nang in-evaluate po namin ang mga paaralan, gamit ang iba pang aspeto tulad ng teacher training, tapos materials, at yung programa, yung pagdesenyo ng school head ng pagpapatupad ng programa, halimbawa yung sectioning na dinidiscuss ni Ma'am Villaneza, meron din po kaming point system na ginamit. Lumalabas na may ilang mga eskwelahan na bagamat hindi sila 4 out of 4 siguro or perfect doon sa language aspect kung saan nandun ang minima, may ituturing pa rin namin silang best practice school. So we found schools that were able to implement the program even if they technically we're not able to meet the 4 minima. Pero ang kakaiba po sa mga eskwelahan na yon, hindi sila zero or walang ginagawa para hindi makuha yung natitirang minima. Meron na silang ginagawa at siguro sana kung mabalikan, baka naman meron na silang mga grammar books. I guess what I'm saying is that since the 4 minima are all language related, it really takes a long time. It's a great endeavor to meet all these 4. So maybe ibuhos natin ang suporta sa DepEd para sa pag-achieve ng 4 minima. Pero ang isa po sa napatunayan ko, kayang magpatuloy ng programa at hindi naman sobrang terrible kasi sa pagpapatupad ng ibang schools. Siguro dahil po may leadership sila, meron silang community support. Kaya bagamat hindi 4 out of 4, na itaguyod po yung programa. So siguro yun lang po yung no? Hindi naman ibig sabihin hindi natin pipilitin makamit o maabot yung 4 minima. Pero dapat patuloy itong nilalakad at tinatrabaho. Pero wag din kalimutan yung iba pang aspeto. Baka doon po pwedeng bumawi.
Thank you, Dr. Mitil. I have questions rin for you and mamaya na lang ho so that we'll hear everyone out. No? So we'll call on Dr. Professor Arsadon, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nagulat ako sa report ng DepEd, kasi nakikita natin na yung kulang. Parang gusto ko nga mag-standing ovation, in such a short time, 10 years, nakakreate sila ng libo-libo. And then there are even regions na, hundreds of thousands na na-create nilang material. So sometimes we look at yung parang glass na kulang ng 15%, pero 85% ang dami, So na-overwhelm ako. And I also appreciate yung position paper ng CAR, binasa ko nga. Na they are advocating na sana i-recognize ng DepEd yung 16 languages ng CAR. And I did my study, my research for my dissertation sa Kankanaay community sa Bugias, Benguet. Ang nakita ko, gumawa ng 300 in a span of 5 years na storybooks Kankanaay yung mga teachers para magturo ng pagbabasa at masayang-masaya yung mga bata. Minsan kinokopya pa nila yung mga stories para basahin nila sa bahay. So seeing yung reading engagement, yung mga quality of question, pati opinion nila in-express nila, unlike nung English daw na the book is or the blanket is beautiful, tapos na. Ngayon they even explain, bakit, So parang napaka-rich yung engagement, yung discussion sa class, ang daming libro, kahit grade 5 na yung mga bata, pupunta pa rin sila sa grade 1 class para balikan yung mga storybooks nila. So I feel na itong klaseng, saludo ako sa mga teachers na kahit na nag-fundraising sila kay Mayor, sa mga kamag-anak nilang OFW, they're able to produce so much material. So I think, sabi nga ng katabi ko, from Senator at kahit si Senator Robin, hirap na hirap yung DepEd. Talaga naman, mahirap. And let's remember that as early as 1896, pinano na ng mga leaders ng Philippine Republic na umalis sa Espanyol bilang language of learning or language of instruction at gamitin yung ating mga wika. And then 1940, Tagalog. And now, ang tagal, So, ngayon, 2009 to 2013, napasok yung mother tongue. And I think, if we're given 50 years, 100 years, matatapos natin yung lahat ng mga remaining 15%, As of now, it's already a big feat to produce materials for the 85% of our languages. So, and I hope na sana imbis na pahirapan pa ang DepEd, tayo mga stakeholders, tulungan naman natin sila. Dahil hirap naman talaga sila. So tulungan natin sila, let's, as sa Secure and then sa College of Education, we would like to help produce materials, train teachers. Kasi itong multilingual education, world standard to sa pagtuturo, lalo na sa mga marginalized learners. Nandun pa nga yun sa ALSLO na we recognize the language, the culture of the children, especially those that come from deprived, depressed, and underserved communities. So, tuloy po sa atin sana ito at we hope that we can mobilize more resources and support for DepEd. Salamat po.
Thank you, Professor Arsadon. Well, again, I have questions, but we'll hear everyone out, and then later on, I'll throw some questions to everyone, and then they can just join in so that hindi na pa isa-isa. So Professor Arsadon also nominated a few resource persons to join us. Dr. Ricardo Nolasco was the former KWF chair. Is here with us, sir.
Magandang umaga po. Babasahin ko na lang yung isang statement na bahagi po ito ng 21 reasons, good reasons, kung bakit dapat ipagpatuloy at dapat suportahan ng DepEd firmly ang L1-based MLE. Babasahin ko na lang po para maiksi. What is the state of L1-based MLE in the country? DepEd's implementation of MTB-MLE continues to be half-hearted, to say the least. Contrary to law, it decreed teaching in L1 until grade 3, after which the L2s abruptly take over. it authorized only 19 official LOIs, FSL or Filipino Sign Language not being one of them. DepEd data, however, has shown more than 80 languages actually being used in classrooms all over the country. The K-12 curriculum is overcrowded and some of its goals unrealistic, like attaining trilingual fluency by grade 3. Teachers are not receiving adequate training in subject matter content and in L1, L2 teaching methods. Needed L1 materials have grown by leaps and bounds, but still cannot meet demand, and many are mere translations from English. Despite all these shortcomings, the early language learning and numeracy assessments in 2016-2017 and 2017-2018 have found grade 3 children to be nearly proficient in L1, in Filipino, and English. We are elated and vigorously supportive of efforts by DepEd in pushing for a truly additive L1-based policy, as manifested in A, the inclusion of the use of the mother tongue, Filipino and English in teaching and learning in Strand 1.6 Domain 1 on content and pedagogy of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. B, the discussion of a new language policy that recognizes L1 as the primary LOI from kindergarten to grade 6 and as auxiliary language in high school. C, the rebuilding of NAYAP into a professional training institution that focuses on the development needs of in-service teachers in subject content and in the L1 plus L2 methodology. And D, the strengthening of the Teacher Education Council that is tasked to overhaul the pre-service teacher education curricula. We vigorously object to current moves within and outside DepEd to remove the mother tongue subject and further weaken the already watered-down version of L1-based MLE. Removal of the L1 subject will give the wrong signal to the public, and it will wipe out all our literacy gains and promote the dangerous idea that focusing on English will save this country from the current education crisis. We urge the new DepEd leadership not to succumb to pressures and instead take a firmer stand in favor of a strong and genuine, more inclusive L1-based MLE. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, sir. We call on Dr. Lisa for her comments. Again, a nominee of Professor Arsodon as a resource person.
Marami pong salamat, Tagapangulo, na binigyan niyo kami ng puwang upang marinig rin ang ilan sa mga pinanaw namin ukol sa Filipino Sign Language. Isa lang pong punto at isang katanungan sana ang gusto ko ibahagi. Unang-una po, hindi ko ipagkakaila na nalulugmok ako ngayong umaga. Ang laking sugat sa damdamin, 10 taon na, magmula ng kinilala ang Filipino Sign Language ng Batas Republika 10.5.33, pati na rin ang 10.4.10, Early Years Act. Ilan po kaya kung meron ang ating mga katutubong wika na mismong binanggit sa K-12 law na siyang unang wika ng kanyang komunidad? Sa pagkakaalam ko po, ito lang ay ang FSL. Ilan sa ating katutubong wika, hindi natin malaman kung 100, 200 o kung ilan man, ang may sariling batas. Sa pagkakaalam ko, FSL lang po. Kaya po ako'y nanlugmok talaga na mapakinggan, mawalang galang sa ating mga kasama sa DepEd, na ang bilang niyo po ay 19. Dapat po 20 na kami. Kami yung dapat nauna. Kasi may batas kaming sarili. Pero hindi natin mapagkakaila na itong nakaraang 1 o 2 taon lang na nagkaroon ng mangilan-ngilang gawain ukol sa FSL. At nagpapasalamat kami doon. Ang hindi ko po sukat maunawaan kung bakit doon sa ilang wika na hindi tila makabagay doon sa 4 minima na sinusubukan ng DepEd at ng KWF na akayin sila para sige matupad yung 4 na minima, bakit po hindi nagawa kaya yun sa FSL? Bakit kaya? Hindi ko maintindihan. Kaya ngayong umaga, ang sakit sa kalooban ko na sa buong usapin natin ay hindi naging inklusibo. Dumaan na tayo sa isang pre-summit, isang language and inclusion summit. Hindi ko pa rin makita. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin tayo sa ating mga pambansang patakaran at i-retrofit na lang natin. May makikibagay, hindi po yata yun ang totoong prinsipyo ng pagiging inklusibo. Ang huli po, ang katanungan at sayang po wala na ang ating senador na Robin Padilla, yung kanyang pinakadiin-diinan na talata ng konstitusyon. Hindi ako abogado, hindi ko kakalabanin ang sinasabi ng konstitusyon na Filipino, English at ang pangrehiyon na mga wika. Filipino at English dahil ito ang either pambansang wika, wikang opisyal. At ang pangrehiyon ng mga wika na siyang magiging auxiliary languages. Tagapangulong Senador Gatchalian, saan po natin ilulugar ang Filipino Sign Language? Dahil ang Batas Republika 111.6, ang FSL Act, ay inihayag na ang FSL ay pambansang wikang senyas. Ito ang opisyal na wikang senyas ng ating republika. Hindi naman siya kasama dun sa 3, hindi naman siya pangrehiyon. So paano po yun? Ang laking palaisipan sa akin. Hindi ko sasabihin na mali yung konstitusyon, pero ano kaya po ang solusyon? Paano natin ipapasok ngayon ito sa usapin ng MTB-MLE? Wala pong ortografiya ang lahat ng wikang biswal sa buong mundo. Kaya po kung ipipilit natin na hindi kinikilalang inang wika ang FSL dahil wala siyang ortografiya, meron pong kabalintunaan doon. Hindi po angkop ang ating kriteria. Kaya hindi kami makapasok sa loob ng DepEd. Sinisikap naman ng DepEd na gumawa ng ilang gawain. Nagpapasalamat kami pero ang huli na lang po, ang iminumungkahi namin sana magtayo na lang ng isang task force sa loob ng DepEd na kasama dito ang mga kwalipikadong deaf at hearing na mga katauhang may background at may expertise sa linguistika ng wikang senyas. Kaya yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po. There's a law, no, in RA 11106 declaring the Filipino Sign Language as the national sign language of the Filipino Deaf and official sign language of government in all transactions involving the deaf and mandating its use in schools. So I think this needs to be taken up over an oversight so that we will check how this law is being implemented and applied, not only in schools but also in government. No? But thank you, Dr. Martinez, for bringing that up, and I'm sure that DepEd has taken note of your comments. Director Yola.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If only to share you also the efforts of the Department of Education, particularly on the implementation of the Filipino Sign Language. I have to mention that we've got a number, hindi lang mangilan. We've been working as far as I'm concerned because I got in central office in 2018, and from the time I got in central office in 2018, we already started working on the Filipino Sign Language. We have trained already trainers from the regional offices, and if we were to get into what our regional offices are doing, they're also doing some trainings on this. In fact, we've been involving actually the deaf community, our partners from the deaf community, in coming up with some of the materials. In fact, the latest, which we even invited Dr. Lisa here, is the harmonization of materials for the Filipino Sign Language. So, and even in our the trainings that we conduct, particularly for our receiving teachers, the Filipino Sign Language is always form part. In fact, the Department of Education, in the name of inclusive education, we're not actually just thinking of the learners and the teachers to be trained on Filipino Sign Language. We really need to consider even our non-teaching personnel. Hanggang sa gwardiya po, kinakailangan marunong sila because we really need to adapt that. But just like the other mother tongues, it's really not so easy, especially for sign language. It's not really so easy to be training everyone. But in fairness to DepEd, there are a lot of efforts already that we've been conducting, training teachers on Filipino Sign Language. And I know very well that Dr. Lisa is very much aware because there are many times that we even invited her as one among our speakers. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We call on Mr. Antonio Iganalinos.
Igdalinos. May I spelling yung aking apelyido?
Mali pala dito. Sorry, sir, for that.
We submitted a paper, but for the sake of just allowing more space for discussion, I just read through some key points out of our own appreciation of several data sets as far as MLE is concerned, both local and outside of the Philippines. So I'll just go through the key messages we were able to make sense out of those assessments. First is that L1-based MLE is not a magic bullet. So while well-implemented mother tongue instructional programs can be expected to produce strong results, these strong results are the product of consistent effort, hard work, and plenty of good instruction. An empty model can produce results if the policy governing its operationalization is implemented to its fullest extent. Second is L1 use broadens access to education, especially among minority, rural, poor, remote, or intellectually average populations. The MT model is democratic as it grants access to those who might otherwise be excluded because of the barrier of language. Conversely, an L2/L3 model tends to limit educational access to the privileged, the children of elites, the well-to-do, the well-connected, the speakers of one of these languages, while the future of the children of a poor farmer in the remote village may not be an issue at all. Third point, building or rebuilding something important takes time and effort, and financial resources too. It was never realistic to implement MLE in 19 languages by edict and expect it to happen quickly with good results. In a country as large and as diverse as the Philippines, any system which needs to be changed must undergo change at a reasonable rate, not from one day to the next. Next point, a single modest demonstration project is worth more than 100 policy papers. Demonstration projects serve three vital purposes. One, testing the viability of a policy proposal at a reasonable cost. Two, creating a product or a result that others want to emulate. Excuse me. And three, developing skills and expertise among those that participated in the implementation of the demonstration project. Next point, suspension or deletion of L1-based MLE is never an option. Equity and inclusion are education and development imperatives. It's both contained in our PDP and DepEd's own BEDP. And suspension or deletion of a learner-centered program means disenfranchisement of hundreds of thousands of non-Filipino and non-English speaking learners from participation. I'm quoting this from the initial work of Dr. Orbeta of PIDS presented during the summit last May. I think it's a work in progress. Therefore, any attempt in this direction is an attempt at reinstating inequities in education access. We can't help but bring out the example of the 4Ps. No? When the Programang Pantawid ng Pamilyang Pilipino was first introduced, it was also met with heavy opposition from all quarters, with everyone claiming this to be a humongous dole-out. Many were made to believe that the 4Ps would bankrupt the national government. But as a long the program was eventually made permanent despite criticisms against it through legislation, as criticisms against managers and policy actors, without implying that there is also mismanagement in the implementation of the MLE. The same principle underlies mother tongue-based instruction or education, that it guarantees equity, that no learners are left behind, that all learners are included. We wish to point out also this little known fact, so it becomes part of our conversations on MLE, that Congress failed its oversight duty when it failed to carry out a thorough review of the implementation of 10533, considering its impact not only on basic education, but on the entire education sector. That should have been done, we thought, sometime in 2018, early on. That way, we would be dealing with far lesser complex problems in implementation that we are facing now. Next point. Results from large-scale assessments belie claims of English proficiency in learners that were tested in the language. Results from such large-scale assessments question the notion that children naturally speak English in some parts or in many parts of the country. Results across assessments indicate that learners require longer exposure in empty instruction. The more developed the mother tongue is in oral and written forms, the easier it is to develop second languages. Thus, time spent in developing the empty strengthens learning second languages. Next, strengthening implementation remains the only option. The problems being raised so far are primarily the result of low fidelity policy implementation, which are operational, again, provided us that the implementation of MTB-MLE, for example, in Davao, does not comply with the provisions of the law. So this is a direct quote from the privilege speech. This is because Davao learners do not use the mother tongue in Cebu, but Davao Binisaya for communication. So language mismatch between teachers, students, and language materials has to be addressed firmly and resolutely. Finally, the period for correction in misimplementation is long overdue. The pandemic could be the last reminder for us to take action. We anticipate that the Second Congressional Commission on Education of which the good senator is a ranking member, to thoroughly examine all the recommendations for various interest groups and ensure that only the most fair, just, and sustainable solutions are considered. Let me wrap up with a few comments on language mismatch. We've seen already some of the models that are emerging in terms of addressing mismatch, and I think some of these initiatives are well underway in at least 2 regions, in regions 5 and 6. And we believe some of those implementers are present. They can provide some more insights on those issues later on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. We're also privileged that SIL is here with us. Miss Maria Cecilia Osorio Van Zante. No, ma'am. Any thoughts po? And we've used your study many times. No, in fact, in some of our presentations, we've used your 185 languages. No.
Yes, sir.
And so, can you give us some of your your thoughts on the matter, and also maybe a preview on the things that you do in SIL?
Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataong ibinigay sa SIL Philippines to be part of this important discussion about education in the country. Nais ko po muna sigurong bigyan ng pagkakataon ng kasamahan ko na si Rinjin Fe para magsalita patungkol dun sa ilang impormasyon siguro na kailangan natin mag-zero in muna dun sa mga importanteng numero na pinag-uusapan po natin para po tayo ay same page doon sa ating mga pinag-uusapang mga bilang ng mga lingwahe. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat at maraming salamat po muli, Senator Gatchalian, for this opportunity. And we would like to take this moment to present to you some of our information on Philippine languages. It is true, no, we have a publication called the ethnologue.com. It's a list, it contains the list of all living languages, known languages all over the world. And since we have started working in the Philippines for 70 years na, we have built a database of all Philippine languages na we have now. So on our list, we have 186 languages, and 2 of these are already dead or extinct na sila. And so we have 184 living languages, and 9 of those are called migrant languages. So this include yung Arabic, Chinese, and everything, and others. So we have 75 indigenous languages that are native to the Philippines. And these languages have various vitality status. So some of them are vigorous, some are used for official functions, while some of them are really dying na. So different stages din po yun. So in some communities, the children are no longer using them. In some communities, only the parents are proficient in using the language, and some are moribund, or only the grandparents are speaking the language. So even if we have 186 living languages, from a sociolinguistic and sustainability perspective, we don't recommend that all of those are viable for implementing MTB-MLE, because at a stage when the children are no longer speaking the language, we don't implement MTB-MLE anymore in the heritage language. I think that is one mistake that has been committed, because in the IPED framework, one of the purpose of implementing IPED was for language revitalization. And that is another strategy that is not supposed to be covered by MTB-MLE, because that's another matter. So, may mga instances that we have worked on languages developing orthography, and then later we found out na hindi na pala nagsasalita yung mga bata ng languages na yon. So ayun, that's where you have mismatch. And since iPad is a rights-based policy, we really cannot do anything about it. I think that's one thing that we need to look into and revise because it doesn't match yung purpose ng MTBMLE. Even if it's the right of the community to, actually it's not even the language of the children anymore. Ayun. So from ano din po, from an institution supporting MTBMLE, particularly under the iPad program, we also want that resources are put into good use. Even yung mga consultants, na we only help communities na are viable to implement MTBMLE. And another thing pa po, so for example, Kapampangan, because I'm from Pampanga. So in some communities, Kapampangan is is vital, it's vigorous, but there are communities where it is no longer or parang not all children speaking it anymore. So then you have to adjust, find out which communities are really using Kapampangan and which are not using it anymore. So you use whatever language is being used by children in actuality. So from a sociolinguistic perspective and from a language development perspective, that is what we are proposing, and that's part of our statement. Na instead of just, para most of the discussions were into language diversity, but we also have this language endangerment issue in our hands, and we haven't talked about it. And we also would like to comment on the 245 languages from the PSA. So one time there was a researcher from PSA who's conducting this research, and she asked me about these things because I am a language surveyor by profession. That's my first assignment in SIL. I do language survey, and you need to have a sociolinguistic understanding of what a language is and what it is not. So even if people were saying, I speak this language and I speak that language, so that's why we have a list of languages that has ballooned to 245 because PSA have not used the criteria that we used as linguists to identify what a language is and what is a dialect. So that's why we have a lower number of languages, because we have also to make sure that the languages we are referring to are the same with the languages that the children or the parents said that they are using. So we need to figure out, really study it, what is the relationship of these languages from one another, so that we will know what language are we really working with. And there are cases, sir, like in Kalinga, they are very, we call it ethnocentric or something like that, because they need to keep their identity, their tribal identity. So they would say, I speak this language, even if we acknowledge that, sir, they have their own variety of language. But for sustainability then, and this is their decision, I'm just saying I don't want to comment on their decision, but we can say, sir, that language groups can share an orthography if they have like phonetic similarity, same tunog, sir. So you can create an orthography using that same tunog of different varieties of language if they so desired. So creating a primer out of that is another task. And even if, sir, we have experience like in Tiboli one time, they speak the same language, they have varieties, they have lexical variation. So you can still work on that. They share the same orthography, but you can adjust the words that you would use in your books. You don't have to have different orthographies for varieties of language. They can share, and you can just adjust the words that you use in the books for the children to be able to use that. I think that's what we refer to as contextualization, but it's more than that. The contextualization, you also include culture and all of that. But that is basically the language issues that we want to put forward, that we can do something about it if we just spend time researching on these languages, or the status of these languages, or the relatedness issues of these languages. Thank you, sir. And Ate Cecil would share more.
Gonzalez, just stay there, no? We can add more chairs, so that we can directly ask you questions.
Sige, ikaw na muna magsalita.
And salamat sa kasamahan ko si Rinjin Fe. Siguro sabihin na rin po natin, sir, na kailangan po natin din alamin yung dynamic ng isang lengguwahe at saka yung identity, no? So, malaking usapin po yan kasi pag ang identity ng pinag-uusapan natin, medyo interwoven po kasi ang language, culture, context. So, mahirap ihiwalay ang lengguwahe, pero sa pagkakataon, kapag edukasyon ang pinag-uusapan natin, ano yung pinaka-komportabling lengguwahe para sa bata? Yun yung pinaka-importante po kasi may effect po kasi ang preference ng parents kapag ang pinag-uusapan natin na edukasyon. Pero bottom line po, ano yung komportabling lengguwahe sa bata? Ano yung strongest language niya? Yun po yung dapat na alamin natin. Kasi po kapag may interference ang miski sa language at sa ating mga tahanan, may interference yan doon sa preference ng parents. Pero yung pag-alam natin, ano yung strongest language ng bata? Yun po ay malaking usapin sa edukasyon. Bago po nagkaroon ng MLE, yung mga hearing po ng 2013 for 10533, ginamit na po ang Lubuagan case study. At alam po natin na ang Lubuagan ay homogeneous community po sila. Mahabang panahon, hindi lang pong 10 taon ang pinag-uusapan natin kung Lubuagan ang ating babalikan. Conversation pa lang po sa community 6 years na para po angkinin nila yung gagawin na maaring gagawin sa edukasyon nila. So 6 years po, 11 years ay pagtuturo ng mga prinsipyo. Meron silang voluntary na paggawa paano nila i-contextualize yung curriculum sa kanilang sitwasyon. At pagkatapos po noon, mga 2005 lang sila nagsimula ng experimental na nakita na mas gumaling ang mga bata sa paggamit ng Ingles at Filipino sa tulong ng kanilang lengguwahe dun sa area. So, malaking bagay po na I think malaki po ang naibahagi ng pag-aaral na ito noong 2013 nung maging maisabatas yung 10533. So binalikan ko lang po para po makita nyo na meron siyang ibinunga noon pa man. Ngayon, alam ko po ang usapin natin na implementasyon. At alam po natin na sana po, imbis na isuspinde, sana status ko po ang makita natin para po talagang kasi po Ginoong Senador at Mr. Chairman, yung 2013 hanggang ngayon, 3 taon po doon ay nasa COVID tayo. So parang kulang po yung panahon na yon para talagang bigyan ng pagkakataon na makita yung benepisyo ng paggamit ng L1 ng mga bata sa loob ng classroom.
Thank you, Ms. Sante. I have a few questions. No, you mentioned earlier that bottom line to use the strongest language
Ng
of
mga
the learner.
Opo.
Should government dictate what is the strongest language of the learner?
Hindi.
Who-
Mga bata po ang makapagsasabi noon using as an assessment tool.
So yung mga bata ang dapat magsabi.
Hindi po sasabihin. Meron pong assessment tool na gagamitin para malaman natin kung ano po yung pinaka-strongest language na ginagamit nila.
So for example, sa Cordillera, mali po na sabihin ng gobyerno, ng estado na Ilocano ang gamitin nyo doon.
Opo.
Mali ho yun.
Dapat po tinetesting talaga kung anong ginagamit ng mga bata in many domains.
Okay. And then, nasabi niyo rin na in your opinion that the effect of the parents, no? The effect of the parents. Itong effect of the parents, dapat ba ang magulang meron ding boses kung anong lingwahe ang dapat gamiting ituro?
May effect po ang preference ng parents sa
In what way?
ginagamit ng
In
bata.
what way ho? In a school setting. No? For example, in Cordillera, again, no? Kanina I've heard from Ma'am Rosalina, from the other resource person. Cordillera is one of the most diverse in terms of language, no?
Mm-mm.
So, let's take that as an example. Ano po yung influensya ng parents sa paggamit ng lingwahe sa pagtuturo in a classroom setting?
Yung sa classroom po, wala silang magagawa pero yung ginagamit sa bahay.
Mm-mm.
At kung ano yung gusto nilang gamitin sa loob ng bahay. Kung ang isang magulang, ako po ay kasal sa isang American citizen. So ang first language po ng aking mga anak ay English. Pero pinili ko pong ituro ang aking katutubong wika na Tagalog. Bagamat nakatira na po ako sa Davao City, alam po ng mga anak ko ang Tagalog. Pag nanais ko po na magamit nila at gamitin nila at ginagamit namin sa loob ng tahanan ang native language ko. So, maraming magulang po ang nais natin na umunlad ang ating mga anak. Hindi po ba makahanap ng maayos na trabaho? At madalas na-equate natin ang paggamit ng lingwahe na Filipino or English as malaking effect sa ating kabuhayan para magkaroon ka ng trabaho. So, yung pagnanais po na yun ay naitatransfer natin sa mga anak natin na baka mas maganda kung English ang gagamitin mo sa bahay or Filipino dahil yun yung lingua franca ng lugar. May effect po siya. So, dahil na-equate siya sa livelihood or pangkabuhayan. So, ang sinasabi po natin, ano yung pinaka-komportabling lengguwahe ng bata? Siya yung makapagsasabi nun. So, assessment tool po ay napakahalagang part ng process natin sa pag-alam. Ano nga ba yung first language ng mga bata?
Pero ho, pag hindi ba ho, especially for key stage 1, ang mga bata, malaki ang papel na ginagampanan ng bata, ng magulang sa pagtuturo.
Yes,
no?
tama po.
So, mahalaga rin yung lingwahe.
Yes, sir.
Correct? So, kung ang tinuturo sa classroom, iba sa alam ng magulang, anong epekto nun?
Well, una po, maaari kasing naipipilit yung gusto ng parents. At madalas, hindi sa madalas, pero may mga pagkakataon na mas gusto natin na nag-i-English ang ating mga anak. Kasi bakit po kaya parang matalino kapag nag-i-English? Pero yun po ay lingwahe, hindi po yun pwede nating gamitin as an assessment tool ng intelligence. Dahil magaling kang mag-English, ay matalino. Isa po yun sa mga notion na nakakalungkot po. At nakita na rin po namin actually na doon sa mga ibang pag-aaral na ginagamit na leverage po talaga yung kung ano yung strongest language ng bata. Ginagamit yung if you use that language, nagiging leverage siya para alamin yung ibang lengguwahe. Kasi nagtatransfer yun yung mga skills. Mr. Chairman, isa po sa mga gusto na ipinaglalaban natin yung kapag ang isang bata ay natuto dun sa strongest language niya ng isang konsepto, hindi nawawala yung konsepto na yun. Ile-level mo lang siya ng ibang lengguwahe, pero yung konsepto ay natutunan na hindi siya mawawala. Mas madaling mag-aral ng isang konsepto gamit ang isang lengguwahe na alam ng bata. So yun po yung gusto natin bigyan ng puntos dito na mahirap mag-aral ng isang lengguwahe na hindi ka masyadong magaling, tapos you're still learning that language and then you're learning a concept using that language. So yun yung ayaw po natin mangyari, na parang double jeopardy yung nangyayari sa mga bata. Inaaral nila yung isang lengguwahe, at the same time inaaral nila yung mga konsepto using that language. Mahirap po kasi yun.
Is it possible that the Filipino child is bilingual by birth?
Hindi ko po sasabihin na hindi siya posible. Marami possibilities po. Pero again, we will just go back na ano yung strongest language ng bata.
Yeah, but is that possible in our country that a Filipino child, by birth, because of the environment, the family, influence of media, is bilingual? You know? I'm just asking your expert opinion because you've done a lot of studies on this. No? And the Philippines is a very, very, very special country. No? It's a very particular country wherein, at least in my personal and political experience going around, and my exposure, it seems to me, no, I don't have any empirical studies. I didn't conduct any surveys, but my observation that the Filipino child is bilingual by nature because of the environment. No, it's based on your study, because you've done this for how many? 40 years in the Philippines? 70 years?
70 po.
No, I'm sure that you have come across this peculiarity at one point.
So, if I may answer that question, Senator, maybe they are not born bilingual or multilingual, but they grow up to be bilingual or multilingual. That is like what you said, depends on their environment, depends on the language that is used in the home. So that's why. So if the amount of input that they get will define what is their strongest language. So ayun po yung tingin namin. So sa home, that is also where you preserve the language, and that is where you develop yung use and yung how you value your language din po in the home.
Do you have any survey to determine whether Filipino children are bilingual or not? Have you conducted any of those?
We conducted language vitality assessment in Pasil, Kalinga, from 2010 to 2014. That's how long we worked for the assessment of the language. So part of the purpose of that survey is to find out the vitality status of the language. So included in that is to find out what is the youngest age of the speakers of the language and what language do they speak before they go to school. And during that time, sir, so most of the children only speak Kalinga before they attend school. So that's why it is really necessary that they be taught in Kalinga on the lower grades. So there are still places
But Kalinga
like
is
that,
not
sir.
part of the 19.
No, sir.
So how is
So,
that? So with your statement, based on your observation, before they enter school, Kalinga is the only language. But government forced Ilocano on them.
I'm not sure, sir. I think there is an iPad program in Kalinga, sir. So, because
But is there orthography?
I think so, sir. There are,
May
sir.
orthography ba?
Yes.
There
For
is, sir.
Kalinga?
There is, sir.
Meron?
There is. No, not in the 19. Because, can I say more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Carino kasi is from that area,
Okay,
so there's a
Yes,
knee-jerk.
sir. So even before there was an iPad program, SIL has been in Kalinga for a long time for language projects. And I think there are orthographies being used for Bible translation as well. So I think some of our colleagues have been part of orthography development also in Kalinga. And I worked in Region 1. SIL have worked in many languages, sir, like 60 languages almost under the Indigenous Peoples Education Program. So we can say that there are orthographies in these languages.
Yeah, but in your opinion, in your expert opinion, any nationwide survey to determine the level of if our children are bilingual or not? At what level do they learn Filipino? Is there any that type? Because earlier you mentioned that in your survey, but that's a small area.
One
No?
municipality, sir.
By the time they enter school, they only know Kalinga, correct? But is that do you have any nationwide replication of that?
There is none, sir. For first of all, sir, because it's you need to be skilled in doing language survey, and we don't have the resources and the manpower to do that. But I think that is necessary, sir, to do if we want to really make a good implementation of MTB-MLE.
In particularly in CAR, I heard that you've done some work in CAR. Ilocano is what is imposed as mother tongue.
I'm not
correct?
familiar with CARS, sir. We work in region. I help develop materials for Region 1 Indigenous peoples languages.
Sige, go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I think it's important that we have to also comment on the statement Ilocano was imposed. DepEd did never impose any language that's going to be adopted by a school. That's the very reason why there's really a need for schools to do language mapping. So that
What are the materials?
okay. So that what happens actually, sir, is when there are multiple languages being used in that area, then it's the lingua franca that's going to be used. However, we have here our head of the IPSEO to share you what's happening actually in CAR, and the Lingga that's being mentioned forms part of that language that's being used by schools even.
Go ahead. Lori.
Sige po. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. If I may expand, perhaps not just in CAR, but to share the experience of the iPad program. So with one of the major policy issues when the iPad program was initiated was in relation to the language of teaching and learning, particularly for IP learners. So when the iPad program started, one major assignment given already was how to provide support to IP communities and the local DepEd in developing the orthographies for the languages used in schools where there are IP learners. So first, as mentioned earlier, the orthography is developed per language, no, not the school level, and therefore it is the division office that provides immediate technical support, inviting resource persons like SIL, TAP, and even HEIs to be part of the process, and that orthography can now be used by the different schools who have learners who belong to the group using that language. So as presented earlier, sir, there are now, at least based on our recent survey, there are going back to the slide one slide earlier. In 2019, 20 languages were initially submitted to DepEd for review. The intention of the review is not so much to screen the language, it's more of to check that the formatting, the way it's presented, is similar to how it's done with the 19 languages. Then we are hoping we have around 70 for submission this year, again for review, so that, and again, these are what we call working orthographies plus a simple grammar book, a simple dictionary, because the intention is to support K to 3. Of course, much work has to be done because the materials to be produced has to be K to 3, but we are doing our best to respond to situations where we have really areas where the learners really do not know any other language except their own language. So that's what we're trying to immediately address. We recognize that there are varied contexts that we have to respond to. That's why in one slide we said that there are 4 context that we need to look into. So first, we recognize that there are areas where 5 and 6-year-old learners know only their IP language. There are other areas where the 5 and 6-year-old IP learners dominantly know their language, but they are familiar, a bit familiar. They get to hear and use words, phrases of another language. We also have areas where they can actually speak more than one language. So they can be maybe not just bilingual, they can even be trilingual. But as mentioned, one language is the strongest, another is not as strong. And we also have cases where the IP learners don't know their language anymore because they're so submerged already in a community that is not speaking the language that they would ideally be using. So we have to address these 4 contexts in different ways. But at the minimum, we are addressing the case of the learners where they only use their IP language. Kasi yun po talaga yung pinaka-urgent. And then the other contexts, sir, this is now the point where we really have to match things like the teacher availability, etc. To address also the need of teachers who are, the need for learners who are monolingual, DepEd released a hiring policy specific for IP Ed so that the teachers being hired are those who know the language and the culture of the learners. So that has helped a lot to make it possible for us to actually move into orthography development, making of learning materials. Again, it is not as slowly we are addressing the needs of our learners who are in this kind of situation where that's really is the only language they know, and the exposure sometimes even to the next language, usually Bisaya, Ilocano, Ilonggo, etc., can be later on. They may be 9 or 10 years old before they get exposed strongly to another language. So far, to summarize, that is where we are. So that is also being applied in CAR. There are the interesting thing in CAR is the region is really by context is really diverse. No, we do have still schools where a particular language is used, the local language is used, and only one school will be using that language. It's not as if there are many. As mentioned in the presentation, some languages only 2 schools are using it. But again, the effort, because the effort of DepEd is to respond to the needs of the learners, the teachers do their best to use the language and then transition the learners to the next language needed. Okay, siguro po.
Yes, Dr. Carino.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since CAR has been mentioned several times, I'd just like to answer the thing on why is Ilocano being used in CAR. Like, I think it's really on the implementation, because when the materials or when the implementation of the mother tongue came, the ones released to CAR, the materials released to CAR, are all in Iloco, Mr. Chair. And because the materials are in Iloco, so the understanding of the teachers is really they have to use that because they have nothing to use. But now, I was an SDS of Ifugao before. The Ifugaos didn't want to use the text because they don't understand. So what happened is, and this is an honest thing, I'm sorry, my co-DepEd officials, the teachers, the school heads, they were forced using their own time to keep translating. But what's wrong with translation? The context is already destroyed, no? Because they were not trained to translate, no? But because they didn't like to use the Ilocano, some schools, what I allowed is, okay, you use the usual text that we use, the English and Filipino, but you explain in the dialect. No? So what we are trying to point out in the Cordillera administration would be, what if you will allow us, no, since we are really unique, you will allow us to still use Filipino English textbooks anyway. If you are a teacher just like me who is an IP, when I was teaching, even I was teaching in high school, when my learners do not understand, I explain it in the dialect, no, because I know the dialect. Now, that can happen, and that is actually happening now. Because when I came back as a regional director, Mr. Chair, I still found out that after years, the teachers are still translating. When I went to Carao, they keep on translating. So I said, up to this time, we keep on translating because we have to accept that no materials were given. Actually, for Kalinga, the mapping that we had here is the only language being spoken now is Kero Radyo. I do not see Lilubwagan. This is Kalinga. So, this is Kalinga. So I'm just wondering what happened to the orthography you are telling. Why was it released to us? So what happened, Mr. Chair, just like what I placed in my position paper is, because of the diverse language in the car we're in, for me, for example, I am in Ibaloy, but my terms in Ibaloy, which is Kapangan Ibaloy, is totally different from Kabayan Ibaloy. So if it is the teacher from Kapangan who translated, the one in Kabayan will not understand, and that would be a problem. That's why, honestly, I released a memo telling we use textbook in English or Filipino, no, because, and then if they do not understand, then the teacher will just have to explain in the dialect. Because what happened is the mother tongue was in Ilocano, the exam, the assessment was in Ilocano, and for sure, they got low in mother tongue. So that was the actual situation. So I'd like to reiterate again, Mr. Chair, that if we are for research, let us be allowed to go bilingual. Anyway, most of the teachers in CAR, in K to 3, because of what was mentioned, that we have to hire teachers who are good in the dialect, can easily translate while teaching. Not necessarily coming up with texts which are written in the mother tongue of the community, because even just one language like Ibaloy has different versions, unless we will be able to come up with the different versions which all the teachers and learners will be able to use. But now that we do not have the materials and the necessary training, let us continue with the bilingual, and then in mono, in areas as mentioned by Lori, where it is pure, though at this time we do not really see pure because they understand other language. If there are materials that are prepared already in that particular language, then we can still allow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Carino, for your very honest opinion and feedback on that. And thank you very much for coming over all the way from Baguio. No, so it goes to show how important and passionate are you in this topic. Again, no, in any policy, there's a review. No, and in the process of review, you might want to hear the good things, but you also need to hear the truth, no, which is not normally good. No, but and then we assess. No, that's where we are right now. No? Yeah, go ahead, Doctor.
Mr. Chair, just to comment on what was said by Director Stella, she was right when she decided not to implement Ilocano. Because first and foremost, the learners are not Ilocano speaking. They are not speakers in Ilocano. So that when she decided to make use of Tagalog, Filipino, most probably, according to her, that's the language that the children understand and can at least speak. So tama yung decision niya. In fact, if we're going to look at how we are supposed to be organizing learners, that's how it should be. Because there should be no one school, one language policy actually. Yun po yung intent po ng ating yun po yung intent ng language mapping.
Director Oriola, based on my going arounds, and I'm sure everyone here has gone around, what we are talking here in this air-conditioned room is not what's happening in the non-air-conditioned classrooms all over the country. It's totally different. No? And I agree with Dr. Estela that even in other, and I'll show videos later on, I showed that during my privilege speech, the teacher, once they get the books, they think they should implement that to the letter.
And that's just really too unfortunate, Mr. Chair, because
But after 10 years, it's still unfortunate.
the books delivered, Mr. Chair, are really based on the language of the books delivered, were really based on the languages they reported that are being implemented in their respective schools. I know that po, Mr. Chair, because I was also the MTB-MLE coordinator of the Division of Cagayan when we started implementing the mother tongue-based multilingual education. So that we really had to do language mapping, find out the languages that are being spoken by the children. For example, in Region 2, I can speak for Region 2, particularly Cagayan and Tuguegarao City po. In fact, in Tuguegarao City, we even have organized classes in English because this is the first language of the kids. And then we had to, when I got in Tuguegarao City, they were not yet implementing Ibanag. And so there was a clamor that Ibanag has to be implemented, and so we organized classes in Ibanag. And it so happened that they were able to, there's the Ibanag Foundation actually that supported the development of the 4 minimum requirements. So, hindi po nangyari po na si DepEd, Central Office, ang nagsasabi Ilocano ka, Tagalog ka, Filipino. Wala po sa policy po yun. Unfortunately, down below, down sa field offices natin, sila po ang may that's the very reason why po na we came up with where we started developing the manual of operations for the implementation of the mother tongue-based multilingual education. And we started that in 2019. Tama ba ako, ma'am? We started that in 2019 because we really discovered that there are gaps in the implementation, and one among which is, of course, the choice of language. Kaya nakita po namin yun. So we're now finalizing actually the manual of operations because we noted itong mga pagkukulang po ng ating mga eskwelahan. But I have to emphasize, as an implementer myself, na yung request po for books from the central office, particularly language use sa books natin, hindi po galing sa central office na report po yun. Galing po sa mga field
They're
offices.
limited to only 19.
Yes.
They're limited to only 19. Had CAR had the choice of choosing the other dialects, they would have chosen that. But then again, walang choice eh.
Mr. Chair, if I may mention also, we have a report from that of the IPSEO.
For example po in Davao, I'll show you later. Apparently, the Davao Binisaya and Sinugbuan ng Binisaya
Materials developed.
are different. And the Davaoenos are saying that they had no choice because even though they requested for the Davao Bisaya, they were given the Sinugbuanong Binisaya. And they were compelled to use that. And I'll show you.
Yes, I heard that, Mr. Chair.
They should have developed their materials.
I am a Bisaya, so I know, and these are variations of the language, like daka, kaka, damang. Our teachers were trained to just follow what's in the book. Pero like English language, we have variations. Kaya pwedeng beautiful, pwedeng pretty, pwedeng gorgeous. Ang problema kasi, kung ano yung nasa aklat. So that is my first discovery when I went to the central office. Kasi I was wondering kung bakit ang bata, grade 1, hindi matama-tama ang sagot ng very simple problem. Okay? Why is it that if you combine 1 and 1, you'll have 2? So I went to the classroom. The whole duration of the session of the lesson, ginamit ni teacher ang together. Kasi yun ang nasa aklat. Yung test gumamit ng combine. Yun ang sinasabi ko sa mga teacher. Kasi we are going into additive bilingualism. Isn't it wonderful na ang akong Bisaya na taga Basilan, ang alam ko kaka, pagpunta ko sa Davao, damang pala yun. I have a very rich vocabulary, and that is what we call additive bilingualism. And the policy is going beyond that. Pag sinasabi ni teacher, kasi lahat ng sagot ng bata tama. So, kaka, may nagsabing damang, slash. Up to the 5 and 6. Isn't it wonderful that, di ba
Sa inyo, ma'am, wonderful. Pero sa teacher na nagtuturo, hindi wonderful eh.
Sir,
Wala si Senator
Honorable
Padilla.
Chair.
Dahil siya, I'm sure wonderful tonight yung
Yun ang issue
kanyang
ko.
sasabihin. But it's not wonderful tonight. You ask the teachers.
Yes, I know. And it pained me so much because I said that in the training. I have a video on that. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Pero, sir, we're talking about 299,000 teachers in K-3.
It seems to me kasi, this is my take.
Implementation talaga for me.
This is my take. What you're saying is wonderful. Wonderful tonight. But on the ground, Dr. Carino can attest. And I've seen this. I've heard them. It's not wonderful. It's painful for them. But the thing is, since it's painful for the teachers, they don't accept it. They have that pain in their heart. And obviously, our children are the one being affected. So that's where we are coming from.
Yes, thank you po.
So anyways, we'll talk about the solutions later on.
Yes.
No? We'll go deeper into that later on. Kung may solutions, no, and how fast and how much do we need? But that's where we are right now. No, there's a big gap between what we are discussing now and what the teachers are feeling and experiencing on the ground, and you acknowledge that. No, so. Yeah, so we'll talk about that later on, but we'll go to the other resource persons para we can hear them also. We're very fortunate. Father Nebres is here. Father is a member of the Advisory Council of EDCOM, who's also gone around more than I do for the last many years, and just take note, he's also part of the first EDCOM. No. So if there's anyone in this room who knows education from the first EDCOM to the second EDCOM, it's Father Nebres. So, yeah.
Well, I've been listening, and what really emerges is that DepEd is trying to cope with the situation. What I say here is that we really have, either from the point of the law or the DepEd, we cannot have a very simple statement like. Because the teachers will not, you are making a lot of distinctions here, but the teachers simply see the law and they will follow it literally. So whatever it is, Mr. Chair, we really have to craft a statement which simply says that you are allowed flexibility or whatever it is. Because that's really what you're saying. You're allowing it to be flexible, but I've worked with the DepEd for the last 40 years, and DepEd is very centralized, and teachers are afraid. I've worked with DepEd, with public schools for the last 40 years. Teachers are afraid to innovate because the district supervisor will come and tell them that's wrong. So that is the culture. And so you have to be very explicit if you want to tell them that you can be flexible. And that has to go all the way from central to superintendent to the supervisor, and the teacher has to have it so can show it. Because I've been doing math with, and really it's a problem. teachers are afraid to do what they think should be done because they will be penalized if they do not follow the law. So that's the culture of DepEd. I think anybody who has worked with on the ground knows that. And so it's wonderful that Dr. Stella is able to be flexible there, but even the division superintendent, so that's okay. But all the way down, unless they have somebody like you, they will be afraid. That's really the reality, this reality. So I think, Mr. Chair, we really have to sit down and craft the statements from the law, from the DepEd Central, all the way to the division superintendents, which allow the flexibility that we're talking about here. Because if you look at the typologies that you have, L1, L2, you're really allowing a lot of flexibility. But the question is, is that clear to everybody all the way down the ground and so on? That might be in your works, but do all division superintendents understand that? Do all the district supervisors understand that? Do all the principals understand that? That is the problem. That is the problem. Because the tendency is to be literal. Why? Because they're afraid. They're afraid. They're afraid. So that's the first point. So what you have presented allows a lot of flexibility, and I see that. So the question is, how do you craft the statements, Mr. Chair, from the law all the way down, which makes it clear that that is encouraged even? I think that's the first point. I would not. And having simply saying mother tongue will be interpreted literally. It will be interpreted literally. Because when you define L1 is not always mother tongue in what you described in here. L1 can be many. L1 could be the nearest thing you said to mother tongue or whatever it is, but it's not mother tongue. So what you have stated that are fine. Your L1, L2, L3. I think it allows flexibility. But we have to make, that's the first point I'd like to make. The second point I'd like to make is the importance of reading materials outside the classroom. I'm always a mother tongue. I'm Ilocano, and I first learned to read in Ilocano, and I read every issue of Banawag for my first 6 to 10 years, and I really appreciated being able to read the stories. But they were available. I still remember the stories of Lola Basyang, the novels of Ignacio Caravan. I still remember them, and they had a great influence on me. But then the question I have is, do we have the storybooks for the children? Because if they're going to learn to read, it cannot simply be in the classroom, independent. And, well, textbooks are not very attractive to read for if you're young. They need stories, they need color. You have to stimulate their imagination. So the next question I really would have is, we have to talk next about reading materials and storybooks and bring their imagination. Because I've seen the effect of this very much. I'm working with a group right now that is trying to build more and more reading centers in the public schools, very colorful ones, painted. And we find out, for example, that I don't know if you know this. If you send a child to a place to read, what is their favorite? If you allow them to do anything, what is their favorite position to read? Do you think? Yeah, lying on the floor. Lying on the floor. That's the way they'll read. And so we've been building reading centers, which have nice plastic tile floors where they can read in there. And we have really seen the effect. Because the pictures stimulate their imagination, they really want to read. They want to know the story. So that's the next question I have. How can we do that? But then the next question is, can we really produce storybooks like that in all the mother tongues? That I am not so sure. And what I'm seeing myself in the places that we have done this is that they can actually shift to Filipino quite quickly in terms of the stories. No, you have to use mother tongue first. No, I totally agree with that. But you find out that they can shift quite quickly from being able to read the mother tongue to reading in Filipino. And that they transition quite fast if they want to if they want to read. So I think in the discussion about learning to read, we have to take account of what they do in the classroom, but then how do we transition them to really wanting to read and providing those materials? And I do want to argue that it's quite that they can shift to Filipino quite quickly. As I said, I'm Ilocano, and I've been doing this in several schools in Ilocos, in La Union. Maybe I'm from La Union, and I see that surprisingly they'll even pick an English book and pass it. So anyway, since we're not just talking about mother tongue, we're talking about reading. The goal really is for the children to eventually be able to read in mother tongue, in Filipino, and in English. I would like to argue that we have to really think this through. And so, for example, if Dr. Stella says that allow the teachers to use a book in English or Filipino and explain it in Kanay or whatever, Ibaloy, that might be also the way it will work. But maybe the main principle I have is we have to translate what we're saying here in terms of flexibility into clear rules where the teacher understands that they're okay to do this and they're not afraid of being corrected by a district supervisor who says that's not the rule. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Thank you for your insights.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
gusto ko lang banggitin yung sinulat ni Father Nebres nung year 2000 at sana alala niya, no? Sabi niya, and so I told them, sa math ito, maybe in the reflection that we had with the teachers later on, one of the comments of the teachers was that they have difficulty keeping the students using English when they do the problem solving. And so I told them, maybe we should talk about this because from the point of view of practicing mathematicians worldwide, you should do problem solving in your daily language, in the language that you use to express yourself normally. Yun lang po.
This is another discussion, but what I want to point out is that many people think that mathematics is simply an intellectual exercise. No, it's a very emotional exercise. If you want to do mathematics problem solving, you have to be able to jump up and joy when you solve it, and you have to be able to pound the wall when you cannot solve it. No? And so it's very, very important to be able. I tell teachers, you can write the problem in English if you wish, but allow the students to discuss it in a language they're comfortable with. And I tell them I teach PhD students, and I give them a difficult problem to do, and within a few minutes they've shifted to Bisaya or Tagalog, because you get very engaged emotionally, and you get very frustrated because you cannot do it, and so you have to connect. So that's another thing altogether, and that's why I'm not that in favor of shifting to English at all. No, ideally, I if I had my brothers, I would have followed what Indonesia did. No, eventually to shift to a local language, but that's a different problem altogether because in Bahasa is not simply a language of instruction; it's a language of the country. They would never use any language except Bahasa. So in other words, it's the language you use for the locals, the language used in media. I don't think we're prepared to do that. No? But anyway, I would just like to say that yes, the Ateneo people I have, that's what we tell teachers. You can, when you're teaching mathematics, you have no choice but to use English because that's what's there. But please discuss it in a language that I'm comfortable with. Yeah. And anyway, so in mathematics, the symbols are the same in any language. So it doesn't really matter. No? Yeah. The really important things, numbers or square roots are the same. So whether you explain it in English or Filipino, it doesn't matter. The actual solution eventually is the same. No? The numbers will not change, and the equal signs and inequalities will not change, and so on. But yes, it's because doing difficult mathematics problems really involves a lot of emotional engagement, and English is not normally a language in which we feel. No, maybe some of us will say "ouch" when we're hurt, but not all of us will do that. So, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Father. We'll call on Synergia. We're very privileged that we're here with former Mayor Carlo Medina of Vigan, who is also an education advocate and an Ilocano speaker. So can shed light and enlighten us on his thoughts on mother tongue and its implementation.
Good afternoon, Senwin, and good afternoon, everybody. Sa oras po na nakapag-ikot ako kasama ang Synergia and during my time as the former mayor of Vigan City, nakausap po namin ang iba't ibang local government units at mga DepEd officials. And sasabihin ko lang po kung ano yung mga na-observe namin. Sasabihin ko lang kung ano yung mga nakita namin at kung ano ang mga experiences namin sa mga sites na ito. Being an Ilocano and being from a city which is Vigan, alam naman po natin na ang mga cities hindi isa ang dialect, especially big municipalities. When you go to Cagayan, ma'am, iba-iba ang dialects. When you go to Baguio, when you go to Iriga, to Iligan, iba-iba po ang dialects ng mga ito. Ngayon po ang sinasabi natin is hindi naman natin ini-impose kung ano ang dialect na ituturo sa kanila. Which is, I commend DepEd for actually doing that. Pero ang nangyayari po kasi, because iba-iba ang dialekto, iba-iba ang lingwahe ng bawat isa sa atin, medyo nagkakaproblema po sa implementation. When we went to Sultan Kudarat, nagulat ako na meron 3 barangay doon na ang dialect nila is Ilocano. Yeah. Maraming Ilocano sa Mindanao. Opo. Pero ang hindi nasdadamay ang Ilocano pag minsan doon sa dialect nila because they're so little, 'di ba? Pero ang sabi nga po ni ni Senwin, kung ano ang komportable doon sa bata, sinabi nila ma'am, kung anong komportable sa mga magulang, yun ang ginagamit nila. So in that instance, yung isang barangay, isang community, lahat sila nag-iilocano. But when they went to school, iba na yung tinuturo. Tinanong ni Senwin kanina kung ano influence ng parents dito. Doon namin nakikita na kung tinuturo sana is Ilocano but the mother and the father are not native language speakers of Ilocano, nahihirapan silang turuan yung bata. Doon nagkakaproblema. Kasi hindi lang kasi marami ang lingwahe, pero nagkakaroon rin ng migration. We saw this during the pandemic. People from Manila, people from big cities, nag-uwian sa mga probinsya. Nung nagka-siege sa Marawi, maraming pumunta rin sa Vigan that are from Marawi. Ngayon, wala kaming local teacher that would teach their language. So, ang nangyari sa aming mga estudyante ngayon is from Ilocano, ay tuturuan mo sila ng Ilocano while teaching them the subject matter. So, natatagalan po ang nangyayari noon doon. May mga ganon pong instances. Same with sa data po na pinakita kanina, kankanain is bihira ng ginagamit sa Region 1 because it's predominantly in car. Pero meron pa rin pong kankanain sa amin in the uplands of Ilocos Sur. But looking at the data na pinakita kanina, meron na lang grade 2 tsaka grade 3. Nawala ang grade 1 and kinder. It's dying. The language is dying. Kasi, predominantly, Ilocano na yung tinuturo. Especially during the pandemic, na inuuwi yung module, Ilocano. So yun po yung nakikita naming problema during those times. At the same time po, Ilocano, I'm Ilocano, Father Ben is Ilocano, hindi po magkaparehas ang Ilocano ng La Union, sa Vigan, sa Ilocos Norte, sa Cagayan, sa Pangasinan, sa Baguio. Nagkakaproblema po tayo doon. But the learning materials are isa lang. Yung learning materials at hindi na localize at na contextualize sa local language ng Ilocano for Vigan. My brother-in-law is from Ilocos Norte. At pag nag-Ilocano siya, pag minsan di ko na naiintindihan yung ibang word niya. So may mga ganon po kasing nangyayari sa amin. Malalim or like sabi ni Father Ben yung Banawag, ako hirap na po kung basahin ang Banawag because it's not conversational. I know conversational Ilocano, pero hirap ako sa pagbasa ng Ilocano. So gano'n rin po ang mga bata ngayon.
The written language in any language is different from colloquial.
Yes.
The written language is already an intellectualist language. That's why for priests, you have to read something like Banawag because you cannot preach in the colloquial.
Yes.
You would sound very barbaric. No? So in any language, there is the colloquial language and there is the higher language that you use for discussions. That a priest will use for sermons. I cannot use colloquial Ilocano in a sermon. So it's the nature of any language.
Yes.
And that's why it's very important to read. I think that's why it's very important to be able to read because the written language is usually a kind of a more formal language. Yeah, it's a higher language.
Higher language. Kung sa parents po, ganun na nga po yung problema, yung mga iba hindi nakakaintindi ng local language. Meron rin pong ibang mga teachers na hindi rin nakakaintindi ng local language that kailangan nilang ituro, so sila mismo nahihirapan magturo because hindi sila fluent sa Ilocano or they're not fluent in other languages. At the same time po, nagkakaroon rin po ng shortage ng learning materials. Like in Region 1 po, mas marami po ang learning materials ng Ilocano compared to Pangasinense. So, meron pong, yun po yung umabot sa amin na meron pong shortage ng ganon. Then at the same time po, nahihirapan po yung mga teachers magturo because there are certain terms in the subjects na walang Ilocano. Walang local language nila. Decimals, photosynthesis. We understand that. Kagaya nga po nung example ng fraction. Pag minsan walang linagyan nila. Yes, Father.
For technical things, I just say, just use the English word.
Yes, Father.
Japanese does that. They don't translate into Japanese. Technical terms, they just simply use the same. They Japanize the word. So I don't think there's any problem. No.
Yes.
In other words, write down photosynthesis and explain it. No.
Yes, Father.
Or spell it in the Tagalog way.
But yung mga iba po kasi, Father, translate nila. We tried translating it. Medyo nagka-problema doon ng konti. So, doon kami nagkaka-problema. Tapos, ang sinasabi po kasi ng mga teachers, when they get to grade 4 at nagbabago na yung medium ng instruction, doon na po nahihirapan na naman yung mga bata. Because they have to teach them again English or Filipino habang tinuturo na naman yung lessons na naman. So parang inuulit-ulit lang po daw nila noon. So yun po yung mga observations namin sa ground. Ang sinasabi naman po namin palagi with Synergia is autonomy dapat palagi with the LGUs. So sana po i-consider lang na kung itutuloy natin ang mother tongue, bigyan natin ng leeway ang mga local school boards na pumili ng local ng mother dialect na gagamitin nila. Because they know what they want to use, they know kung ano yung dapat na ginagamit doon. So kaya nga sinasabi ni Father Ben na yung mga reading books na localized, pwedeng gawin yung ng local school board kasi kaya nila with their fund and with the expertise ng mga tao doon. Total, nandun na rin naman po ang ating DepEd. So, yun po, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Carlo. Thank you very much for that. We're also joined by USAID. Ms. Monica, you can share with us your research and some findings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to present some of the work that we've been doing with the Department of Education. Mr. Chair, if you recall earlier this year, maybe around March, we did a presentation on ABC Plus and the work that we're doing in support of the MTB-MLE implementation. So hindi na po namin uulitin yung mga ginagawa. What we will be sharing with the group this afternoon are two new things that we've been doing since then. One is some of the results of the work that we've been doing on our language identification tool. So ito po yung parang pag-language mapping namin among students and in fact also teachers that does not just survey. We use a tool that really validates ano po yung lengguwahe ng mga bata. So we'll present it in a while. And also a result of a survey and a focus group discussion, a series of focus group discussions that we did with teachers and school heads in the region that we're covering. So that's region 5 and 6. Yeah. Sige po, next slide. So for everyone, we're referring to ABC Plus. Ito po yung project na in-implement namin with USAID, with the Department of Education and RTI International. And one of the things that we did was to create a language identification tool. Since we're supporting Region 5 and 6, we've done this in these two regions. We have, ito po yung sample ng Bicol Language Identification Tool. We also have a WVLIT, so Western Visayas Language Identification Tool. So what's different about this is that rather than surveying or asking the learners ano yung lengguwahe mo, ano yung primary language mo, what we did is to present a series of pictures to them and let them us ano yung tawag niya dun sa mga pictures na yon. In that way, we capture their thinking language, hindi lang survey. Because one of the findings that we did, one of the findings that we had when we did a language mapping was that there's some difficulty when we use the simple survey method. For example, in Region 5, most teachers simply assign Bicol to their students, but when we found out hindi pala Bicol, ang daming variation, and sometimes they call it Bicol pero iba pala yung language nila. So mas importante yung talagang may systematic testing. Yung assessment kanina na binabanggit ng colleagues natin from SIL. So ito po yung ating language identification tool. Next slide. These are some of the results that we got. So when we did the assessment, so ongoing assessment Maputo, we were able to evaluate primary and secondary languages of over 55,000 learners and over 1,900 teachers. And assessment of the languages students and teachers use in these two regions, Region 5 and 6, revealed that most students and teachers in Region 5 speak either Central Bicol or Tagalog, while vast majority of both students and teachers in Region 6 speak Hiligaynon as shown in the charts on your screen. And in these school divisions, the languages that teachers and students speak matches in 94% of the classrooms. In Region 6, the language of instruction in the schools, in certain school divisions that we covered, matches the language of a school's community in all cases. In Region 5, the language of instruction matches the language of the community in 75% of the schools in the selected school divisions. Next slide. This is one interesting finding that we want to highlight. We did the language identification tool assessment to learners, checking their primary language and their secondary language. Because we've been talking about ano ba talaga yung dominant language and if there's a second dominant language. So at least for students in 120 schools, ito po yung initial results that we got in Region 5 and 6. For Region 5, 52.1% Tagalog. So we were covering part in Camarines Norte, talagang Tagalog speaker. Central Bicol, 42.5% and English, 5.3%. For Region 6, Hiligaynon, 79.7%, followed by Sinugbuan ng Binisaya, 13.7%, English, 5.5%, Tagalog 1%. We also checked on their secondary language, the same 120 schools in Region 5 and 6. So we found there were actually 84% of them in Region 5 that had no secondary language. So wala po silang reported, hindi reported, I keep using that word, but na minanifest when we use the language identification tool. 84% had no secondary language. 6% Central Bicol, another 6% Tagalog, 4% English, and others 0.3%. In Region 6, mas maliit ng konti yung none, pero yun pa rin yung majority. 63% had no secondary language, followed by 25% Hiligaynon, 5% Sinugbuan ng Binisaya, English 5%, and Tagalog and others less than 3%. Okay. Next slide. We also did a checking on the composition of the classrooms. And we, based on that language mapping initial data that we have covering 13 divisions, 86 districts, 234 schools, kindergarten to grade 3, ito ba yung result on the compositions of the classroom, kung homogeneous ba sila or heterogeneous. 60% in Region 5 were homogeneous, 40% were heterogeneous. In Region 6, 51% of the classrooms were homogeneous, 49% were heterogeneous. We did some follow-up and asked some in these heterogeneous classrooms that we supported. We asked the teachers kung ano yung mga strategies nila. We were talking about multilingual classrooms or homogeneous classrooms. I'll cite one example. In Ibalon Central School in Legazpi City, we were talking to the teachers and asked how is the learning of children who do not speak the medium of instruction that was chosen for the classroom. And we found that teachers translate the words to Filipino or yung mga ibang language ng mga bata. And they act out the Bicol words or situations that the learners do not understand. So they have been doing translanguaging, they're doing all of these techniques. So there's 5 to 10% of the learners who do not use Bicol as the medium of instruction, but the teacher usually explains the instruction to this group separately before the rest of the classes who speak Bicol. And the teacher accommodates questions from the learners, and they do not proceed until the learners understand what they are supposed to do or the story that they're referring to. So may mga ganung strategies po yung mga teachers that we work with in Region 5 and 6. Next slide. So we also did a survey on MTB MLE implementation in these two regions just recently, just 3 weeks ago, where the project is active. And the survey was actually designed to mirror the research done by PIDS in 2019 and to explore similar issues in the implementation of MTB MLE. So we asked them questions about the choice and school staff proficiency in the medium of instruction, the extent to which teachers have been appropriately trained to teach beginning reading, the availability of teaching and learning materials, and the level of support of MTB MLE in schools and their communities. And here are some of the results. Next slide, please. So on diversity of language, as you can see below, in the school divisions that we surveyed in the two regions, there's a rich diversity of language being used as medium of instruction. And in your screen, you'll see medium of instruction in the classroom or in the school and the predominant language in the community. And they actually mirror very close po. Our Chief of Party, Ina, will continue the presentation.
Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
It's all right, sir. This chart would show you, based on the survey, what the medium of instruction of teachers are in classrooms that are surveyed in as stated by Monica earlier. And as Monica also said, the predominant language in the community actually mirrors very closely the MOIs that are being used in the schools. Yeah, and you would see that these are not just the 19 languages. In Region 5, there's only one among the 19 that is in Region 5, that is Central Bicol. And there are many other languages that are being used in classrooms. They're actually, as told by teachers, they are using this as medium of instruction because these are the languages that the learners understand. Next slide, please. Part of the survey was to ask them if teachers have been trained on ELLN or any beginning reading training. And we found that around 90% have said that they have been trained on either ELLN or any other beginning reading instruction training as well. Next slide. On the availability of materials, you would see that our question was really on the access to orthography, dictionary, or spelling, or editing guide. These are materials that are being used to develop early grade reading materials. And they said that around 30 to 40% have access to these materials. However, in ABC Plus areas in regions 5 and 6, we were able to develop, in partnership with SIL, materials that are not just in the 19 languages. We have brought here samples of the books that we have developed in Rinconada. We also have Minasbate, and of course, we also have materials in the 19 languages that were developed with the Department of Education. And as Father Nebres has said, these are stories that would really entertain and also really be interesting for children to read. They are leveled readers, they are decodable readers. So they're all being produced, and we hope that by the start of the school year 2023-2024, all of the mother tongue materials are already in classrooms. Right now, we already have the Filipino and English leveled readers in the classrooms in regions 5 and 6 and some parts of BARM. Next slide po. We also ask how schools and divisions are addressing the need for learner materials in the MOI. This is just in the MOI because we found that there are many materials that are in English and Filipino. And many of them, 53% in Region 5 and in Region 6, 76% are actually creating their own materials, reading materials. 58% in Region 5 and 41% in Region 6 are using ABC Plus materials because we have not been able to deliver some of the materials yet. They are still in the production stage. For example, for Region 6, we have Gatchalian and Kinaraya materials that are still being finalized for production and for printing. The same with other languages in Region 5 like Bicol Miraya, which is not part of the 19 again, Southern Sorsoganon, which are still also being we're still under production and for printing and for delivery very soon in the next few months ahead. Some of them, though, have said that they have no access to materials in their MOI because we acknowledge that we have not been able to cover all of the languages in regions 5 and 6. There are smaller languages, including materials for IP languages in those regions, where we have not been able to develop the materials for these languages yet. In terms of support for MTBMLE, next slide, please. We also asked the teachers at the school heads, and they said majority of them actually support MTBMLE and support the choice of the MOI for the school. Some say that they support MTBMLE in their class but do not agree with the choice of the MOI. There are some schools where the MOI they think they are assigned to an MOI, so they do not agree. And some of them say, frankly, they said, I do not support the implementation of MTBMLE. And then very few said, I believe in the MTBMLE, but I need guidance on how to implement it. Next slide po. In terms of the parent support, majority, 54% in Region 5 and 48% in Region 6 agree and support the chosen MOI. The parents, no, we were not able to survey the parents, but we asked the teachers and the school heads. And 47% or around half of the respondents say they need to provide advocacy, to prepare an advocacy and implement an advocacy on MTBMLE during PTA meetings. Around 22 to 28% engage the parents who do not support the MOI for advocacy again. And a few of them said they just work with parents who support the MTBMLE. Bahala na yung iba. In terms of the recommendations and conclusions from these surveys and the the language mapping, these are the recommendations from the supervisors, which we did an FGD with supervisors at the regional and division levels. They said that there was an agreement that DepEd needs to review the hiring policies for grades K to 3 teachers to ensure that teachers trained to address the specific needs of young learners in a multilingual context are retained in those grades. Madalas po na-promote yung teacher sa higher grades. So promotion po yung tinatawag po nila doon. They also recommended that there be dedicated personnel to support MTBMLE and that mother tongue related activities be included in the school improvement plans. In terms of training po, many of them said that they've been trained on beginning reading, but they need a training on teaching in multilingual context. Yun daw po yung kulang sa mga training na naibibigay na po ng DepEd at bihira daw po ito na makita kahit sa labas ng DepEd, yung training on how to manage, how to handle classes in multilingual context. They would also like to see budget allocations to meet ongoing staff capacity development needs and materials development. Materials development po ang pinakamahal na investment kasi po yung printing niya ay napakamahal. Pero based on our experience working with SIL and the Asia Foundation, in the development of the books that we have now, we have developed, napakahirap po yung proseso pa lang, napakatagal po nung paggawa ng materials, especially in the languages that are not part of the 19 languages. So I think there's no slide for it, but we have prepared the costing for the all of the programs that we have developed. If you're interested, we have a cost per learner and cost per teacher. We have tried to implement MTBMLE as described in the DepEd Order number 19 series of number 21 series of 2019. And what we actually did was to help the DepEd regional offices to more effectively implement MTBMLE based on that policy. So development of materials, training of teachers, use of the appropriate mother tongue or L1, and using assessments. These are the 5 T's that we have presented to you, Senator, in the past presentations. And we have tried to complete that in the languages that there are present in regions 5 and 6. And we have costings for learner it's just around a bit more than 300, so 315 pesos for each learner. And around 10,000 for training po of teachers per teacher. For a suite of trainings that we have done, actually we have 2 trainings of 10 days each. The first training is on language transitions, and the second one is on effective use of reading materials. We are now developing and designing teacher training 3, which is on beginning reading as well as making the LAC functional. School learning action cells more functional, and TT3 is also focused on supporting teaching in lingual context. We're still in the design and development phase of that training. Also, as a next step, we are working on doing a language mapping in other regions po, so that we can also gather information, more accurate information in the other regions. Yun lang po. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you to USAID. And I thank USAID for getting involved in this project and, of course, funding the project itself. I just have some basic questions. That is a survey that you conducted. It's not the entire Region 5. No, it's a survey, correct?
Ongoing po. Yeah, it's an ongoing. So we did 2.
It's an ongoing survey.
So it's an ongoing language identification tool assessment of teachers and students. So yung present po, partial results. And we also have a survey that we did for...
Is it a survey or a census?
It's sir, it's going to be a census. The second
So
one that
census, so
presented,
each teacher will be asked.
K to 3.
K to 3, correct. K to
and
3,
learners.
stage 1. So each teacher will be asked.
Yes po.
Okay.
And then the second one, yun po yung survey, yung how they were implementing the MTB-MLE and their challenges. So dalawa po yung present kanina. Yung first one is for everyone, every learner and teacher in K to 3. The second one was just a survey. So may
Okay. And both Region 5 and Region 6. Yes. No? Can I see the slide? Earlier I saw a slide on the languages, the different languages in Region 5. I don't have the PowerPoint. Do they have the PowerPoint?
maybe that one where the medium of instruction and predominant language in the community. Maybe that's the one.
8. Slide 8. Okay. That one. So this one is a census. You ask all of the teachers in Region 5 and Region 6.
Yes po.
Okay.
This is a survey po.
This is a survey
Opo.
of teachers.
Of teachers po.
Okay.
What MOI they are using in their classrooms.
Okay. And I noticed just in Region 5 alone, there are how many languages?
This is 5 and 6 po.
No, just on Region 5 muna tayo, no? Region 6 is, ang dami rin eh, but let's just focus on Region 5.
Opo. Based on the language mapping that was undertaken in partnership with SIL, there are 13 languages in Region 5.
13 languages in Region 5, okay. And in this survey, it says that that's the medium of instruction the teacher uses inside the classroom,
Yes, sir.
correct? But we all know that there is only one type of material, correct? In that area, from DepEd. There's only Bicol, no? Material.
Opo. Central Bicol is the only recognized LOI, official LOI among the 19 that is in Bicol.
Correct, correct. So, in other words, this is where I made that comment, where the state is imposing a language that they will use. Because the materials are in Bicol language. But the reality on the ground is there are 13 languages in Bicol. And that's where the feedback from Dr. Carino mentioned earlier, that once the teacher receives the materials, I think their perception or their reaction is to use that material. Well, in reality, there are 13 different languages in that area.
Sir, we cannot say that DepEd has distributed materials to all of the schools in Region 5 because they're in
But
our
they're supposed to.
estimation is only about 50% of the learners speak that language, Central
How many?
Bicol. Around 50% po.
50% of the students receive that
No, sir.
materials.
Around 50% speak Central Bicol in Region 5.
No, yeah, that's why. But my point there is, if you look at this graph, Bicol is highly diverse in terms of languages, but the state imposed Bicol as the mother tongue in that area. Ma'am, use
Sorry po, Mr. Chair. Because they also receive Filipino, because
yeah, but they did
requested.
not receive the other Bicol, like Bicol
Yes,
Miraya, Bicol
Yes, po.
Rinconada,
Yes,
West
po.
Albay Bicol.
Yes,
Ang
po.
daming klaseng
Yes,
Bicol.
because those who do not have the materials opted to use Filipino materials. So yun. So they requested for two. It's in the Bicol Central, which is Bicol Naga, and the Bicol and Tagalog. So all the rest outside of that Bicol Naga uses Tagalog. Then pero yung MOI nila as per survey, they use their own.
Yeah, but let's break it down. So they requested for Tagalog.
Tagalog.
But
Yes,
that's
sir.
not mother tongue.
Yes po.
Their lingua franca or other
Yes po.
their mother
Yes po.
No, but based on this kasi, how many lang ang Tagalog? It's only 11%.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes po.
So only 11%. The rest is different. No, but you distributed two types of materials there, Tagalog and Bicol. So if you stay true to the law, Bicol is not their mother tongue. Again, I'm just going to the basics.
Yes
I'm just
po, I
going to the
understand.
basics.
But the policy is stating that if their language is not within the 19, they can develop their materials, and as soon as they are ready, they can use. That is why in that cases, most of them use already their languages or the lingua franca of that community. And so as that is why if we look at the list of the materials that the region or the division produce, it's not only limited to the 19 languages, because it's even in the law. The law states that the locality will develop their own, because the central office cannot
Develop their own.
the
DepEd Order
There-
21.
DepEd order basta
Yeah, but
the
go back to
development
the law states that to use
The policy, DepEd policy, sorry, Mr. Chair, DepEd policy, it's in the DepEd policy that
It has to be locally developed.
the development of the materials will happen locally. Yes.
Mm-mm.
But what DepEd Order 21?
DepEd
What
Order,
page- what
DepEd
page-
Order 21, series of 2019.
What page is that, Luis, in the
Learning
policy?
resource development.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, here.
Mr.
It's
Chair-
page 115.
Mr. Chair?
Learning resources development.
Others are the language are in the
Because, yes, the speakers of the language are in the locality.
Okay, so the teachers and the locals, the regions can develop their own materials. Okay, so they have that option to develop their own materials.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and they have that capability to develop their own materials.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but of course they also invite consultants like the KWF, SIL. That's how they're doing it.
I'll go to the development of materials. Yes.
Mr. Chair, would just
Anka.
like to point out this portion of the survey that schools were asked about how they were addressing the need for learner materials, and only around 18% in Region 6 and 19%. So in Region 5, 19% said they had no access to learner materials in the MOI because 53% of them were creating their own, and 58% were using the one that we supported, ABC Plus Develop. But yeah, just to note that only 19% said they had no access
How
to
long
their
did,
MOI.
did ABC Plus develop the different a specific material for a specific language? For key stage 1,
Well, for 11 languages po, and from 2020 to now. So it's a complete set of materials for K to 3. It took us almost three years po.
Intensive, yeah.
Yeah, so especially for the materials for those that are outside the 19 languages, so we have here examples of Rinconada and Minasbate materials that are for grades 1 and grade 3, Minasbate and Rinconada.
So it took you 3 years to develop one language,
11 po.
11 languages for the materials. So in other words, Director Ariola, we're expecting our teachers for the next 3 years to develop their own materials. And aren't we also trying to decongest the time of teaching of our teachers? There's now a big discussion on overworked teachers. I think that's an ongoing discussion. And now we're expecting them to develop their own materials. I don't even know if they are capable to develop their own materials. They can speak like what Mayor Medina mentioned earlier, but to develop materials like that is I don't even know if they're capable. No? Let alone these guys took 3 years to develop 11 languages. So aren't we again putting a lot of burden to our teachers?
Mr. Chair, each regional office and each division office has a learning resource.
LRMDS.
And they have a unit that's in charge actually of learning resources, so that they have LR supervisors, and they usually take the lead in developing materials, in contextualizing materials for a particular language. The teachers in schools don't just do on their own. It would always be through the leadership of the schools division offices and that of the regional offices. And anyway, the Director 3 of BLR is around. In terms of production of these materials that are being developed locally, the BLR also provides funding, particularly for the printing for production of these locally developed materials. But of course, others are in partnership with their stakeholders, because we also see
not rely on the good graces of
yes, Mr. Chair.
of partners.
Yes,
we
po.
need to stand alone on our own 2 feet.
But we have been downloading.
Okay.
Director Edward can share you, Mr. Chair, that there are funds being downloaded to support the the development of materials.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon po. Yes po, each learning resource supervisor from the field, we capacitated all our teachers to contextualize the materials and the curriculum given to us based on the needs of the learners and strategies of the learners on how they would present the materials more diverse, more interactive, and engaging to the learners. We have received a lot of funding support as to the reproduction of these contextualized materials based on the contextualized method of each supervisor in its region and schools division office to fund the reproduction po of these materials.
Let's go back to the first slide. But before I ask Ma'am Zante, go ahead po.
Mr. Chair, I would like to add to we're part of the consultants for the project ABC Plus, and I just wanted to correct the notion that you can produce 11 languages for K-3 materials in 3 years. There's a lot of collaboration happened in that in the development and production of those 11 languages. Collaborated among different organizations. So I think it will be really necessary for key stakeholders to collaborate, assist DepEd in this very challenging, but we know the long-term benefits of this educational shift that we have done 10 years ago. I don't think kaya po talaga ng DepEd lang. And we are asking that we come alongside DepEd so that we can have yung talagang mas mapatibay pa natin yung implementation. And siguro isisingit ko na rin, Mr. Chair, yung idea. Siguro gawin natin example po yung ginawa nyo dun sa Davao City, sa Marahan, Davao ng Binisaya. Ang materials, bali po, ay galing sa isang dialect. I-correct na rin po natin notion, yung dialect po is a variety of a language. So, ibig sabihin po noon, merong, yung Sinugbo ng Binisaya is from Cebu. So, that's the language, one language. May dialect po yan, pwedeng Davao ng Binisaya. Meron din Binisaya sa Negros Occidental. But those are the varieties or dialect of that language. And so, importante na hindi galing lang sa isang variety or isang dialect ng language kasi nga po iba-iba, may pagkakaiba na dun sa lexical yung paggamit po ng mga words, vocabularies. Although they're shared the same orthography, nagkakaroon po ng pagkakaiba sa vocabulary use, isang aspeto lang po yun. So, salamat po, sir.
Going to that Davao, I remember distinctly that the teacher said it's a foreign language to them. No, Sinugbuan ng Bisaya is a foreign language. In fact, I was surprised because I'm not a Bisaya speaker.
Yes,
But
sir.
hearing from a Davao, I always thought, no, I've been in politics for 22 years. I always thought Bisaya is Bisaya. But when that teacher yun, it wasn't a supervisor, wasn't a principal, said it's different. Sir. And the parents, diba, may parents rin nagsabi it's different. Okay. Because apparently during the pandemic, no, key stage 1 learners are not independent learners. They need parents to teach them. Even I remember distinctly that one of the parent there mentioned that it's foreign to them. It's like learning a different language. I was surprised. No? So it's not a dialect for them. It's a different language.
They share the same phonemes po. Pero of course, yung vocabulary use magkakaiba po.
I think it's so different that for them it's a foreign language. Yun ang description niya sa akin.
Siguro.
No? So yes, Father.
I don't know it's a foreign language. It's more that the parents are not familiar with the written language. That's really more the problem. No, for example, what Mayor Carlos said. If you have not read written Ilocano, you'll have a problem because there are formal words that you don't use in day-to-day language. It's not different in the. In other words, I read stories in the Manawag written by Ilocos Norte, even people in Region 2. There are slight differences, but it's not a big difference. I have no problem understanding it. But you have to be familiar with the written language. And I think that's the problem. The parents are not familiar. They might speak a version of Bisaya, but they're not familiar with the written Bisaya. And that's the problem. You're giving them written materials.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sir, you,
Mr. Chair.
Just after Father Miss Dante and then Mr. Jimenez, no? And Dr. Ariola. And then si Dr. Carino.
So, yeah, yung difference po ng oral language at written language, very clear. The students are coming to the school, alam yung oral language, and this is where they would learn, develop further yung kanilang oral language, yung thinking, yung kanilang reasoning, but then you have to develop the skills ng reading and writing, and that's the written language. So, yun po, so, ginagamit mo yung dala-dala nila, what they know, yung oral language nila, para mas maging magaling sila at ma-acquire nila yung skills na yon ng written language.
The Director Ariola and then si Dr. Carino.
I just would like to, for the specific example a while back, Mr. Chair, when you mentioned about a teacher not knowing even the language, the sinugbuang Binisaya, and it's being used, that's exactly one of the weaknesses ng implementation. Because in the very first place, if you're going to note po dun sa how to organize classes, there are models actually that are presented in the policy. And one among the considerations is, of course, the language of the teacher. So that even if there's really a need for schools to be selective of the teachers who should be assigned in that particular class, because they have to consider the language of the kids, and the language of the teacher should be at least the same with the language of the teacher. So that exactly is a one concrete example of a weakness in implementation. So that what the school should have done is to identify the lingua franca. So given that the kids cannot speak sinugbuang Binisaya, the teacher cannot speak sinugbuang Binisaya, so it's really so impossible for them to be implementing sinugbuang Binisaya. So they should have arrived at a language that all of them, meaning the learners, including the teacher, understand. And most probably, baka Tagalog kung yun yung naintindihan nila. English kung yun ang naintindihan nila. So those are options po. Thank you.
But if they veer away kasi from using the mother tongue, it's a violation of the law. Because the law is very specific eh. The law is very specific. You have to use the mother tongue. From kindergarten to the first 3 years. So if you use Tagalog kasi yun ang
It's a language that they understand.
Yeah.
Familiar with.
Familiar. So it's a language that they can also speak.
for the learner.
Yes po.
How about if it's but in that mapping, it's Bisaya eh. The materials are in Bisaya. The materials are in Ilocano. The materials are in Bicol.
Again, Mr. Chair, babalik tayo po dun sa in the choice of materials, particularly the language of the material. That request actually came from the individual schools. Na ang understanding po natin is, ang mga schools po natin ay nagkaroon ng language mapping. So that, for example, I'm the principal of this school with this number of learners, I have to know kung ilan yung mga kung anong mga languages that are being spoken by the learners. In fact, there were even instances na nag-organize talaga kami ng klase ng less than yung kumbaga mga 15 learners in a class just to respond doon sa language ng mga bata. And that's Ibanag. Ginawa po namin yon. Kasi yun yung lengguwahe ng mga bata po eh.
Anyways, but
babalik-
yan ang hindi ko naririnig sa pag-ikot ko eh.
Kaya nga po.
In Pangasinan, they said they're supposed to use Ilocano.
Wala
So,
pong
may
ganun
classroom
po.
kami na puro Bulinaw yung students. So, that's what I hear. It's not coming from me. It's coming from the teachers that we talk to.
Kaya
Or that, ma'am, sige, go ahead and then to the
Kaya nga po, Senator, no? For example, sir, in Bulinaw, si Bulinaw is not one among the 19 languages. Pero kinakailangan, kung for example, other than Bulinaw, ano yung pwede nilang maintindihan? Para sa ganun, kung ano yung maintindihan nila, at Tagalog ito, then let it be Tagalog or English or Ilocano kung yun ang at least naiintindihan nila. At yun dapat ang higi po nila na materials because materials are available for these 19 languages po.
Dumami yung questions ko, pero Dr. Carino,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I would be speaking based on, as I mentioned, happening in the field. I think the choice of the Ilocano, in fairness to the teachers, they didn't have any choice, no, because the available materials would be the Ilocano. Actually, now that we had the mapping, and I mentioned that we can use actually Filipino, especially for Baguio, and that is what we asked for. I'm sorry that they said the only available material that we can give you now is in Ilocano. So I said that cannot be because they are asking for Filipino, no? That's reality, Director Ariola. I'm sorry, but I have to tell the reality in the field because we can never improve if we will not look at the reality. So I'm only speaking of the Cordillera Administrative Region, Mr. Chair. I don't know for the other regions, but honestly, I'm speaking for them, and that is what we need if we really we really are for quality education. We need the books in English and Filipino, but right now the available materials are in Ilocano, wherein we have Ilocano materials in the schools which were never opened. That is what I saw in my rounds. So as regards po, Mr. Chair, the statement that our teachers can localize, and they have been doing it. And I think that was the reason why they say they are overworked, because we asked them to really prepare materials, contextualize these materials in the different languages. And we have heard that it is not that easy. I hope my colleagues in the department, if ever, we will really ask the teachers to really contextualize or make materials in the different dialects, languages, because they are the expert. I hope it could be placed against that these teachers will have to really be excused from their teaching job, because that was the problem ever since. They have been making it using their personal time. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
aren't they supposed to also contextualize the lessons?
That's it.
Diba?
They are.
So other than contextualizing the lessons, they have to contextualize the language.
Yes, that
Tama
was,
ba?
Mr. Chair, that was what was done. They have to keep translating. And that is why what happened is the context changed, because you cannot really translate it verbatim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that is because they did not have training.
Yeah.
They did not have training. So I think those are the ones that we need. But my suggestion would be just like probably what you do. There's a group that really concentrates on this, who are not supposed to be teaching in the classroom, if we really like quality materials. Because it's understood that while we have the LR, like in the region, we only have one LR supervisor. In the division, we also have one LR supervisor who could not really do all this job. So I go with your suggestion that it has to be with you as partners, and these teachers will be used, Mr. Chair, will be relieved from the teaching job, so that they will not feel again overworked.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
We're sige po, go ahead.
Gusto ko lang ipaalala kasi hindi ko pa naririnig ito sa discussion kanina. Tungkol dun sa letter 8, section 4 ng 10533. Ito po ang nakalagay, no? The curriculum shall be flexible enough to enable and allow schools to localize, indigenize, and enhance the same based on their respective educational and social context. At ito ang susing phrase. The production and development locally produced teaching materials shall be encouraged, and approval of these materials shall devolve to the regional and division education units. Sa palagay ko, ito po ang dahilan kung bakit bukod dun sa 19 languages, ay natuklasan nila na 85 languages ang ginagamit dahil palagay ko ang ginawa ng maraming division education units ay i-implement itong particular provision na ito at ito ang ginamit na dahilan sa pagpalaganap na hindi lamang ang wika na panturo limitado sa 19 na wika.
We still have a lot of resource persons, no? But I think if I finish this, mga 10 o'clock na tayo matatapos, no? So I'll ask the last question. This is what we'll do, no? Because this is definitely very educational and enlightening for everyone, no? And we're picking up so many issues, no? Drilling down in so many issues that is cropping up. So this is what we'll do. We'll ask for apology to the other resource persons who we haven't called yet. We'll have another hearing next week, and we'll invite everyone because actually I haven't asked any substantial question yet, no, just follow-up questions. But I had a list of substantial questions that I want to ask everyone. So we'll have one more hearing next week. We'll advise you on the day so that we can discuss longer and drill down further to some of the items that we need to talk about in greater detail, no? So we'll have another hearing next week. Hopefully all of you can join once again. The goal here is to make a recommendation, no? At the end of the day, at the end of all of this exercise, is to make a recommendation to plenary whether to adopt the House bill that was transferred to us, to recommend to plenary the next or ways forwards on the privilege speech that we made, and of course, overall report on the mother tongue, so that our senators will know what are the next moves or what are a good ways forward, no? So having said that, my initial thoughts on this matter, no, hearing everyone, is a lot of this should have been done 15 years ago. Not 10, 10 in implementation, eh. So you don't do this the day of the implementation. You do this 5 years before the implementation, no? Unfortunately, we're just doing it today, you know. So that's my initial thought. In fact, ABC is probably the most advanced in terms of all of these things, no? But we'll drill down on that later on, especially see Mr. Jimenez. I want to know what are the moves to improve resource materials on the ground, no? So that's my initial pickup, no, from the hearing today. But we'll talk about this in greater detail next week. And again, I hope that you can join us because I have a lot of follow-up questions to all of our resource persons. So with that, we'll suspend the hearing today, unless you want to hear until 10 p.m. No, but I know that you have other things to do. Let's suspend the hearing today, and I beg your indulgence. Hopefully next week you can join us. Thank you very much. This meeting is suspended.